go ahead and find ourselves. It's almost 10:10 here, so let's move. Let's get some tiny yoga in, yeah? Let's move our bodies just a little bit. I really like this too because when I get up in the morning, my low back is super, super, super stiff. So this is very similar to the flow that I do for myself, just on the edge of my bed. So again, this is yoga for tiny yoga. So yoga for every space, yoga for every body, especially if you have limited mobility or limited space to do yoga. So you can do this. So find yourself a chair of any kind. It can be a recliner. It can be the edge of your bed. Like I said, it can be a little sturdy chair or a wiggly chair like I've got here. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin. Bring yourself to the edge of your chair. Plant your feet on the ground. And for a moment, go ahead and rest your hands in your lap. And for a moment, I'd like you to just pay attention to the full scope of the bottom of your foot. Kind of roll your feet to the edges, making sure the very edge of your foot, of the bottom of your foot is touching the ground. Lean a little bit of weight into your heels. Roll into the inside of your feet. And then across the balls of your feet and your toes. Maybe even spread your toes out a little bit. Stretch them out on the floor there. Pedal your feet a little, lift your heels, pedaling your feet back and forth. Go ahead and drop those heels back down and ground those feet. Now you're completely connected to the earth. Well done, my friend. Or the car floor, or wherever it is that you're sitting. Now let's close our eyes so we can fully arrive here for our practice. And we'll take 3 deep breaths to anchor ourselves into the present moment. Go ahead and take a big deep breath in through the nose. Pull the breath through the lungs and into the belly. And sigh it out. Inhale again, lifting the heart and elongating the spine. And let it go. Inhale once more, expanding the ribcage in all directions, front, sides, and back. Just for a moment, keep your eyes closed, and I invite you to elongate the breath just a little bit, just to get into the present moment, get into our bodies, let everything else fall away. Slowly inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the nose. Follow the breath all the way to the top, and then follow the exhale all the way to the bottom. With the lips sealed, just following the breath, allowing the breath to anchor you into this practice. If your mind monkeys are busy and running off with things that you got to do next or things you forgot to do yesterday, simply bring your attention back, invite them back to focus on your breath. And just take a couple more breaths here, slowly inhaling and exhaling. Allowing that inhale to gently lift your heart and the exhale to gently melt your shoulder blades down your back, allowing the muscles in your body to soften.
Yes, boy. Yes, boy.
Go ahead and take one more big deep breath in and hold at the top. And let it go. Go ahead and slowly open your eyes, and we will begin with some movement. So we're going to start by rolling our joints a little bit, kind of warming up the body, beginning with the neck. So go ahead and inhale, lift the chin up towards the ceiling, and exhale, chin down to chest, down towards the ground. We'll do a couple up and down. Inhale up, then exhale back down. Inhale up, and exhale back down. you're not already on your knees or on your thighs. And you're going to inhale, sending the chin up, chest forward, creating a nice arch forward to the back. And then exhale, tuck the chin, pull the belly in, arch the back towards the back of the chair. Suck the knees here, exhaling back, warming up the back muscles, beginning to loosen up your hips just a little bit, that low back. Lubricating the spine. Remember, inhaling forward and up, exhaling back and down. Last one. And go back to neutral. When you do your cat cows, hey friend, hey tapping point, how are you? When you do your cat cows, I really encourage you to get into not just the back arching part, but also the shoulders. So rounding your shoulders forward, creating the space here, not collapsing over your heart. You're not trying to like crunch your body forward. You want to create like a bowl, I guess, right? So make sure you get that nice arch, opening the shoulders. My elbows kind of tend to go out when I go in a little bit, and then exhale. Again, bringing the shoulders back a little bit. So this cat cow is also working this front and back of your shoulders area, your shoulder blades and your thoracic area. All right, so back to center here. Go ahead and give your shoulders a little shake all that out. Okay, so we're gonna do windshield wiper the knees here. So your knees should be about shoulder width apart. If it's easier for you, if it offers more support, feel free to bring your feet together and windshield wiper your knees. I find you get a little bit more movement when you bring them to shoulder width apart and then drop them back and forth side to side. So you can open that knee a little bit more. Again, not overextending. We're not doing anything crazy here. We're just windshield wipering the knees. It creates a little bit more movement in the low back, in the hips, in the knee joints. And for those of us who sit all day long or drive a lot, hey Billy, thank you so much, friend. Or sit in meditation or run. There's so many things with our knees, so much that our knees do to support us. So go ahead and give them a little bit of extra love here. Windshield wipers a little bit. Thanks, Audie. Now, go ahead and slide your feet forward so your legs, if you have the room for it, so that your legs are extended. If you don't quite have the room for it, you can lean back on your chair a little bit, but you still want your legs relatively straight. Don't lock your knees, just extend your legs here. And then we're gonna, you guys can't see me in the camera. We're gonna paddle our feet. So flex, point, flex, point, flex, point. This is what my feet are doing. And get your hands involved too, okay? Palms out, palms down. Palms out, palms down. Feet flexing, hands flexing. Open up the fingers as you flex them. Palms out, palms down, palms out, palms down. Flex the toes out big and wide as you bring the feet up. And then point all the toes forward. 1 or 2 more times. There we go. Okay. Now come back to neutral, bringing your feet back flat to the floor, your knees shoulder width apart. We're going to do a little torso twist here. Again, further lubricating the spine, and now getting into the low back. Again, this is one of my biggest issues, whether I'm sitting too long, standing too long, sleeping too long, is my low back. So we're going to spend a little bit of extra time on the low back today. So again, move the positions here. And if you have room for it, move your arm as much as your mobility allows. So inhale your right arm up, and you'll send that right arm behind you. Grab the back of your chair. You can put your hand on your bed or your bench or whatever's behind you, the floor behind you, wherever you're sitting. And then go ahead and hold on the back of your chair and use your front hand on the outside of your right knee. You're going to use the back of your chair and this pressure on the outside of your knee to gently twist your torso. Please don't overextend your low back, okay? So gently twist your torso. As you twist your torso, exhale. When you inhale, release the pressure just a tiny bit. Exhale. deeper into the twist. So take 3 or 4 more inhales, exhales here, just exploring the range of mobility to the right side of your body. Inhale, slowly releasing and coming back to neutral. Please do not slingshot yourself back to center. Come back to neutral. Relax for a moment. Allow that twist to integrate. Notice the way that your right side of your body feels. Maybe your right leg, your right hip, your right shoulder. Notice anywhere on your right side what you're feeling on that side of your body. And then we will go ahead and move to the left. So now inhale your left arm up and behind you. And again, lay it on the back of your chair, lay it on your bed, on your bench, whatever's behind you there. And then use the front arm on the outside of your left knee. Again, we are not overextending ourselves. We are not pushing ourselves too far. This is simply about warming up the muscles and offering ourselves a little gentle stretch. Okay? Soothing to the body, not challenging to the body, not overexertion. Okay, so inhale and exhale. Putting pressure on the knee and using the back of your chair or your back hand to push your body gently into twist. Inhale back out slightly. Exhale back into the twist. Several breaths. Inhale back out. Exhale. A little bit deeper into the twist. Let's take 3 more breaths just like that. Slow, steady breaths. Just like you're wringing out your torso. One more big, deep inhale. And exhale into the twist. And as you release the breath and release the practice, slowly come back to the front, come back to neutral. Again, we're not slingshotting the body here, right? Okay, back to neutral. And now, again, check in, ground your feet, put your knees parallel to your shoulders here, put your legs parallel to the ground, and pay attention to the left side of your body. Now, how does the left side of your body feel compared to what it did before? How does it feel compared to the right side? It's really enlightening when we pause between these movements to notice the way that they are going. I think a lot of times we go to a yoga class and perhaps the yoga teacher guiding us, and we don't spend as much time in clean space, depending on your class, right? Depending on the class. There's a lot of classes that go pose, 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 pose. Done, gone, and we're like, wow, my whole body feels amazing. But it's also good to feel into the little movements. It's also good to give yourself a moment to integrate, to notice how the little things, on the individual pieces of your practice. And then you know which pieces to put in your own, right? So this is really good for that kinky got into sciatic. When you do this a couple times, you're like, wow, that was really good. You know what? I'm going to take that from the practice and I'm going to use it at work, or I'm going to use it in the car, or I'm going to use it when my low back is hurting like that in the morning, right? Then you take these things that are actually valuable to you, rather than going through an entire class and be like, wow, that was fun and great. What do I take home? Besides the fact that which is about it. So, from here, I would like to continue with what we additional flows in yoga. And it often gets misunderstood as like a religious sort of practice to the sun gods. It's not intended like that, actually. Your aura and sun salutation is really just increasing, cultivating that sun energy, that mass energy, that movement into our body, balancing the sun of our body, right? So this is the sun side, there is a sun salutation, we're balancing that side. So we're gonna do a sun salutation 2 times through, and then we will move on to just a little bit. Okay. Actually, let's see. Let's go 1 time through the sun salutation, and then we'll move into the hips just a little bit. Okay. Go ahead and ground your feet. Knees, shoulders apart. Again, inhale, bring your hands together, send them up above your head, and a slight arch in your back. Again, this is for limited mobility and limited spaces, so be aware of your space and your mobility. Get up, back, as best you can. If this is all that you got, I'm there. Grateful for that amount of space. If you've got more, find more. Get in, move in the space that you have as much as you can. Inhale, and then exhale the arms back down. Continuing all the way down into a forward fold. Go ahead and slide your hands down your legs all the way into a forward fold as far as you can get. Again, be mindful of your mobility. If this is as far as you've got, if this is as far forward as you can go, great. If you can go all the way down and touch your toes, awesome. If you only get halfway down, okay. Just rest here for just a moment. We're going to take a big inhale and exhale. Inhale, back up to seated. Exhale, in neutral. Inhale. Interlace your fingers behind your right knee and pull that right knee up as you inhale. And then as you exhale, press it into your chest and bring your forehead to your knee. Take 1 big deep breath here. Inhale. Coming out again. And exhale, forehead to knee. Inhale once more, and exhale that leg back down. Inhale, hands together into that back bend. Exhale, bring your hands all the way down, slide them across your knees, down your legs, into that forward fold. And once you get into your forward fold, take a big deep breath. Allow your head to hang. Let's take 1 more big deep breath here. Inhale, slowly coming up back to neutral. Exhale again. Inhale, bring your left leg up towards your chest. Exhale, press your left leg into your chest and bring your forehead down. Inhale again, coming out. Just a little bit. Exhale, pressing the thigh into your chest, bending down your forehead towards your knee. Inhale, that leg back down. Exhale, in neutral. Inhale 1 more time for a back bend. Exhale all the way down to your forward fold again. Let your head hang. Take a big deep breath here. Inhale. And exhale.
Back from your adventure.
Inhale, back up to neutral. Take a moment. Again, pause. That's 1 round of sun salutation. Seated sun salutation. Sun salutation takes up so much more room on a yoga mat. Your yoga mat, you use your entire yoga mat. Do sun salutation right there. Balance, cultivate that sun energy, solar energy with your body. Pause for a moment. Release the breath. Maybe even close your eyes if you need to. And just feel into your body. Scan your body. Feel the way it's almost got a little bit of a vibration going on there, right? Cultivating a little bit of that energy in your body, in your being, in your muscles, in your joints. All right, so last thing here, because a little low back, I want to get into my hips a little bit. So we're going to get into our hips. If you don't have enough room for extending your leg. All right, there we go. You guys ready for some tiny yoga? Oh no. Oh.
haiku. Sing.
The time has come for me to sing an ancient husky melody written many years ago by my people in the snow. The time has come for me to sing an ancient husky melody written many years ago by my people in the snow. Fellow husky, don't forget, once upon a time you were not a pet. You were running wild and free, so we sing this song as a memory. Fellow husky, don't forget, once upon a time you were not a pet. You were running wild and free, so we sing this song as a memory.
Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Itema kubaba. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Itema kubaba. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Itema kubaba. Wakoba makata mangane sengatile nyamite nguwe. Wakoba
Let's all forget. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together. I need something. Been feeling it forever. It's calling me. We need to go together. A journey through sunshine and stormy weather. We'll make it through. Let's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? As long as we're together, then we'll never be alone. I'd rather be here than be on my own. That's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together. I need something. What's the matter with you? What's calling me? Let's all together.
Thank you guys for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe and follow the Kiffness and I. See you in the next video.
Yeah, I just think
Yeah.
that there is an age where you're just fucking up.
Yeah,
You just
you're
don't know.
But you're
curious.
not
Yeah.
thinking
But
about
how
it with
many
a
times did you
sexual.
do it? You
Oh
just
my
did it
God, that one
once.
time.
Yes.
Second story. Might be a little darker.
Did your
When I was-
cousin get in trouble for that?
I was in the Philippines, Wild Wild West.
Do you-
Never, of course not.
You want me to comment to them online?
Wait, let me
Your
finish
cousin?
my story. So
Okay.
I'm gonna need you to comment.
Make him
And
feel
defend
better is
me.
really gross.
Yeah, that's
so
what a
gross,
fucked
right?
up.
That's the bad
Yeah, but
part.
Yeah.
because I tell that story, then people are like, sometimes when I'm scrolling TikTok, people are like, you think there's a whole like breakdown about like my character basically, and they're like, this girl molests dogs.
Oh
and
my
she,
god.
And she
Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go into the bathroom? Because the pee is silent.
What if God came down on Christmas Day?
What would he think?
What would he say? Would he notice all we've done?
Or just about a seldom one?
I think I know what God would say if he came down on Christmas Day.
He'd say to every boy and girl,
Where's the oi I gave to the world? Haji was a pro just like any other boy, and he never had no trouble till he started up his oi band. Safe in the garage or singing in the tub till Haji went too far when he wasn't at the pub. 'Twas a cold Christmas Eve when Trevor and the Skins popped in for a pint and a nickel bag of crisps. Trevor liked the music but not the unity, so he hung with Haji's turban and knocked him to his knees. If God came down on Christmas Day, I know exactly what he'd say. He'd say, oi to the punks, oi to the Skins, oi to the world, and everybody wins. Haji was a bloody mess, he ran up to the crowd. He said we'll meet again, we are bloody not about. Trevor called his bluff and told him where to meet. Christmas Day on the roof down 20 Oxford Street. If God came down on Christmas Day, I know exactly what he'd say. He'd say oi to the punks and oi to the Skins, but oi to the world and everybody wins. On the roof with the nunchucks, Trevor broke a lot of bones. But Haji had a sword like the guy in Indiana Jones. Police sirens wailing, a bloody dying man. Haji was alone and abandoned his band. Trevor was there fading, and still so full of hate. When the Skins left the man and went down the fire escape. But then Haji saw the North Star shining more than ever, so he made a tourniquet from his turban, saving Trevor. Then rappelled down the roof with the rest of his servant and went back to the pub where they bought each other bourbon. If God came down on Christmas Day, I know exactly what he'd say. He'd say, oi to the punks, oi to the Skins, but oi to the world and everybody wins. If God came down on Christmas Day, I know exactly what he'd say. He'd say, oi to the punks, oi to the Skins, but oi to the world and everybody wins.
Hello, this is Mikey from Mikey and His Uke. Thank you so much for watching. If you like what you see, hit that subscribe button and make sure to click that little bell to get notified of all the amazing videos that we've got coming out. There's some really, really good ones in the works, and I don't want you guys to miss any of them. For all things Mikey and His Uke related, merch, how this whole wacky thing got started, featured artists that we've had in the series, head on over to mikeyandhisyuke.com. Also, if you'd like to support the team that it takes to make these videos, we do have a Patreon set up. You can find it right here in the link below, or again, right over at mikeyandhisyuke.com. We love making these videos, and we're so happy that you guys enjoy watching them. Stay safe, my friends. Ever wonder how we get these songs on all the major streaming platforms like Spotify? Stick around to the end of the video to find out how. Enjoy. Hello, this is Mikey from Mikey and his Uke. Thank you so much for watching. If you would like to help support the team that it takes to make these videos, we have a Patreon set up. You can find it right here in the link below, or head on over to mikeyandhisyuke.com. We love making these videos. Thank you so much for watching. As more of you are requesting that these songs be available on Spotify and other streaming platforms, we turn to SoundDrop. They provide legal and licensing distribution for only 99 cents per song, and there are no sign-up fees and no reoccurring costs. They provide creators to be paid hassle-free and on time every month. They also have the tools to split revenue in whichever way works best for your team to any percentage. My own experience with SoundDrop has been nothing but positive. They've always given me great service and great advice. To check them out, click the link below.
Be like pity, pity, all the masses of ignorant people.
Do what I please, gonna spread the disease because I wanna. Gonna call all the shots for the nose and the knots because I wanna. Ask me once, I'll answer twice, 'cause what I know I tell because I wanna. Sounding price and lots of prices flowing in my love because I wanna. Oh yeah.
Hello, this is Mikey from Mikey and his Uke. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and click that little bell to get notified of all the amazing videos we've got coming out. There's some incredible ones in the works, and we don't want you to miss any of them. Also, if you'd like to support the team that it takes to make these videos, we now have a Patreon set up. You can find it in the link below, or head on over to mikeyandhisuke.com. While you're there, check out the section called Behind the Uke. There's a ton of information about how this series got started, as well as many of the artists that we've had featured in these videos. It's really cool. Again, thank you so much for watching. We have a blast making these videos, and we're so glad that you guys enjoy watching them. Stay safe, my friends.
Na
have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once. I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Am I just paranoid or am I just stoned? I went to a shrink to analyze my dreams. She says it's lack of sex that's bringing me down. I went to a whore. He said my life's a bore. So
go in for a drug test, do not eat poppy seeds before you go. Diverted. And they're trying to figure out why the stream is dried up. So they make their way up the stream, and they find this irrigation system that's set up for an illegal marijuana grow op in the middle of public land in California. So then they develop a tactical team. So it goes from him being a game warden, to now they have dogs and bulletproof vests. They're getting in shootouts with the cartel.
Jeez.
So because they're making millions of dollars, but they're using really dangerous chemicals and pesticides that are illegal to use on crops in America.
Right.
And they're just using that shit up there. So who knows what the fuck you're getting if you're living in one of these states that has illegal pot.
Yeah.
Because when California changed the law and made marijuana legal recreationally, they made growing marijuana without a license. It's just a misdemeanor. So these guys that are just doing it now from the cartel, they're like, you have nothing to risk.
Right.
It's a misdemeanor, and we can make millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And so they have these guys up there. They have rosaries and all this photos of Jesus and shit they find in campgrounds, and they pay these guys to go out there, grow this stuff, and then bring it out. Harvest it and bring it out, and they're selling it. He said that, John said at the time of our podcast that 90% of all the marijuana that's being sold in the states where it's illegal is all from these grow ops, a lot of them in California on public land by the cartels. 90%.
Yeah.
90.
That's huge.
Even good old-fashioned American pot-growing entrepreneurs, the illegal ones, they can't keep up with the cartel. And this is because it's illegal. And this is the same reason why fentanyl's coming in. The same don't do heroin, kids, okay? But if you keep everything illegal, you're going to just prop up the government of these countries that is allowing this stuff to come in, and they're allowing people to grow it, or they can't do anything about it because the cartel has so much money and so much power that the government is basically helpless. And it's being propped up by Americans.
100%.
100%.
100%.
It's a rough thing to deal with, because we don't want to say, let's make all drugs legal. Because, my God, the last thing you want is your kid to die of a drug overdose.
Exactly.
So nobody wants kids to be doing drugs.
Right.
But also, if you don't do that, you're just going to empower our neighbors to the south, who happen to be drug dealers, some of them, and they're making billions of dollars selling drugs to America.
Yeah.
And you're killing kids at a rate higher than ever in recorded history. People are dying. There's 100,000 plus people every year that are dying from opiate overdoses, which is nuts.
Yeah.
That's so
it's
much.
Crazy. It's crazy that it's happening here in the United States of America.
And the thing is, this is where it's hard. It's happening because it's illegal, which sounds so counterintuitive. The problem is, if it was legal, there would be a long period of time where it would be really bad. I think if it was legal, too many people would try it that wouldn't try it.
Wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, they're not going to go to a drug dealer.
Yeah.
But if they can just go to CVS and buy heroin, let's see what the fuss is all about.
Yeah.
That's spooky.
I think that this is the conversation that needs to be had, though. You know what I mean? It's the same thing about people unwilling to even discuss what is the right path. How do we handle this crisis that is a national crisis?
Yeah,
that's
they'll
taking
just
so
tell
many
you,
people's lives.
Tell people not to do it.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Okay. It's like,
I don't know. Well, that works out.
That doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it's we're in a weird spot.
I was in San Diego a few weeks ago. We went out kind of to film a little mini documentary about what's happening at the border in San Diego. There's a lot of attention being put on, Texas and Arizona, but California's border is a whole different dynamic, both because they've got, a long stretch of border where you're crossing in and you're going straight to mountains, big open spaces, but then you've got the very dense urban corridor, I suppose, where people, whether they're coming in through the water or they're just coming across the border, where they can disappear into neighborhoods very quickly. But there's a few things that were very eye-opening and interesting. Number one is we know that the borders are open because we know how many people are coming through. The numbers that are being reported, I think it's close to 9 million now, just over the course of the Biden administration. What I saw there were people coming in, and we were just driving around, and we saw groups of people gathering in different locations from all over the world, illegal immigrants, and seemingly happy and going to the place where they were told to go, or they knew that Border Patrol was going to pick them up, and knowing that they will get processed, claim asylum, and most of them will be out with a plane ticket anywhere in the country within 24 hours. And so
That's crazy.
It's and I've talked with some of the Border Patrol agents, and they're not allowed to say anything on the record, but just the frustration that's being felt where they can't even do their job.
What is the justification for the plane ticket?
They don't have the ability to house people where they are.
So just like,
where do you want to go?
Is it-
Utah? Okay, here you go. Where do you want to go? New York City? And I went and I talked to a lot of them. I sat down and talked with people from Brazil, from Egypt, from Colombia, from Venezuela, from different parts of Eastern Europe. People from all over the world coming here with the known plan in this well-oiled machine. And I'm talking about this because it is very directed to the cartel, directly connected to the cartels, who are being enabled in their multi-billion-dollar human trafficking operation across the border by our policies, by the Biden administration's policies at the border, which is connected to their ability to move fentanyl and other drugs across the border. And so we spent a couple of days at the border there, and then went into the city of San Diego and went and started talking to some homeless people and talking to people who were clearly extremely high on multiple drugs. And we're walking around with one of the community relations police officers there who's just plain clothes. He's walking around and keeping an eye on what's going on there. But we talked to this one guy who had a crack pipe in his hand. He seemed barely conscious, but he was engaging in a long conversation with us. And, I was asking him about fentanyl. And he's like, oh, yeah, I take fentanyl sometimes. But I usually take it at night to help me go to sleep. And I asked, like, aren't you afraid of not waking up? Like, he's like, yeah, I've had a lot of friends who've died from fentanyl, but I know how much to take and I know how to manage it. And have you? He's like, yeah, I almost died twice and I was revived. And then asking him, the police officer asked him, what would it take to get you off the street? What would it take to get you to a place where you can get some help and to get off drugs? And he said, he's a 27-year-old guy. Nothing. He said, there's too many rules in the places where I could go and stay, and I want to live my life this way. It was so heartbreaking to see him. His eyes were barely open and clearly in an altered state of mind, but even in that state, in this conversation, how do you help someone who doesn't want to be helped?
You can't. It's the problem. I mean, you could talk to them. You could hope that they could get some information from you that shifts the way they think about things, but the addiction gets so deep.
Yeah.
And there's this thing that some addicts will say is that I feel better when I'm high. That it's the only time I feel good. It's the only thing good that I have in my life is when I get high. And if you take that away, my life is terrible. And if you've been an addict for a long time, the longer you're an addict, in fact, the more that's true, right? Because the more your life is a wreck.
Yeah.
And then you're forced to deal with it when you come off and you realize, like, oh my God, I'm 45 years old and I'm a heroin addict. Like, what the fuck? How is this?
Exactly.
And then now you're sober and your life is in shambles, and
Yeah.
you try to like figure out, how did you go so wrong? And then the only thing that made you feel good was heroin. You want to go back. You want to go back to that. And it's also people like get really scared of success. Even success in staying sober. They get scared of doing things well, and they seek comfort in failure because they've become accustomed to failure. So if the pressure of doing well and of like staying sober and like keeping healthy, like it's almost too much.
Yeah.
Just the maintaining, the psychological, the anxiety, all the fear that comes with failing, that you just want to fail just so you could just feel comfortable again, because then you don't have
There's no pressure.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with the pressure.
Yeah.
It's scary. The human mind is so susceptible to so many different things, whether it's cults or addictions or, you know, I mean, we're very weirdly vulnerable to a lot of like very strange things.
Yeah.
And a lot of these things, I think a lot of the mental issues are accentuated by social media.
Mhm.
I think that they exacerbate them badly. And
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of undiagnosed mentally ill people that are just killing themselves by being online all the time.
Yeah, I believe it.
I really do. I think it's terrible for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to get sucked into it.
It's so easy. And people that are like arguing with people
Yeah,
constantly online,
exactly.
like, my God, what a terrible waste of time.
Yeah, when that becomes your reality,
Which-
dealing with people and perceptions and, you know, measuring yourself
Yeah.
against whatever you're seeing and all of it, and you slip out of the real world and building real relationships and friendships and having real conversations.
Yeah, the comparing too. The comparing is
Yep.
something that you and I didn't have to grow up with.
Exactly.
And we're very, very fortunate because especially young girls today, and Jonathan Haidt's work on this has been really interesting. His book, The Coddling of the American Mind, is a great one. And it's all about what you could see, like exactly when social media is invented, all this self-harm and all the suicidal thoughts, suicidal ideation, and suicide all goes up for girls.
Mm-hmm.
And it's comparing themselves.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's such a bizarre thing that a person can get super duper famous just dancing
Mm-hmm.
on an app that goes online, and then they make millions of dollars, and
Right.
they're like your age, and
Right.
you're like, what's wrong with me?
Yeah.
I'm a loser. You can't just
Right.
live your life and hang out with your friends.
Yeah.
Everyone is in constant comparison with impossible people that shouldn't even exist.
And then you add the layer of AI onto that,
Mm-hmm.
where you have complete you've got videos and pictures of people who are a digital construct.
Not just
and-
that. People are paying to talk to them.
Right.
There's this guy, they found this, they were doing this study on AI girlfriends where people have like interactions with AI. This guy was spending $10,000 a month on his
Oh
AI
my
girlfriend.
Gosh.
Like,
oh my gosh.
ISIS could get that guy. They just
Yeah.
got to find him. If they just find that guy, they can talk that guy into anything. If you're willing to get, if you're going to give an AI girlfriend $10,000 a month, yeah, you'll join the Moonies. You'll be in whatever comes along, grabs you, son. You're vulnerable.
Yeah.
They'll get you.
But that's, you look at what's happening on college campuses across the country right now. It
Mhm.
speaks exactly to that vulnerability of being manipulated or sold an ideology and then
Yeah.
grabbing onto it as though you now have a sense of purpose.
Yeah. That's the problem. The sense of purpose is like so attractive to people that there's so many kids that want to be like so righteous and they just want to like criticize and yell at other people who don't feel the same way they
Yeah.
do. And so like you're seeing these Israel versus Palestine things on school campuses. I'm like, my God. Which brings me to, this is an interesting thought. Like, what's your opinion on this potential TikTok ban?
I oppose it. I oppose it on the grounds of free speech and civil liberties. This is, speaking of fomenting fear, this is one of those pieces of legislation that's, if you just read the talking points for those who support it, and it's supported by many people in Congress on both sides of the aisle, you think like, oh my gosh, we've got a national security risk and you've got concern for our kids and all of this other stuff. But when you actually read the language and understand the implications of what this legislation does, it's not really about TikTok at all. It's about government being able to choose what platforms are acceptable and what are not, and what we as Americans are able to either get information from or put information out. And then you look at, okay, well, if they're giving themselves that authority, how will it then be enforced? Then you get into the civil liberties concern of the Fourth Amendment of government overreach and trying to figure out, okay, well, now I'm going to have to look into your phone and figure out if you're the guy who's using the VPN to illegally download this app. Then you're looking at, the designation is that if you have 20% or more ownership stake or stake in a business that has been designated by our government to be illegal because of its association with a foreign adversary. There are a few countries listed there, but the president would have the power to designate any other country a foreign adversary without any kind of, Congress wouldn't have to take action. It's a unilateral move. You are also implicated if you are someone who the government determines to be influenced by or connected with one of these countries that is a foreign adversary. And so, Elon Musk has talked about this. It is not outside of the realm of the not only possible, but the probable that if they wanted to say, okay, well, Elon Musk is doing business with this country that we don't like, and he also owns this platform called X. X should be shut down because of this association. I think Ron Paul said it best when he said that this legislation is the most, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said it's the most egregious violation of civil liberty since the Patriot Act was passed in the wake of 9/11. And when you look at the arguments that are being made around both of those pushes, they are very eerily similar in invoking national security concerns. And the language and the way that's written is intentionally vague, that puts far more power into the hands of the executive branch, just like the Patriot Act did, to single-handedly say, well, this is a good guy and this is a bad guy. And that has a direct implication on Americans.
And wasn't there another recent thing that passed that allows more observation of people through cell phones?
Yes. Yes, and both of these things were actually wrapped up into that same bill that just passed through. They lumped together a whole bunch of different things. They were separate previously, but the thing that the TikTok ban was lumped together with was the bill that would reinstate or extend the FISA authorities, the Foreign Intelligence Security Act authorities, for another 2 years. Section 702 of FISA gives our government the authority to surveil foreign actors, essentially, to try to identify terrorist threats. But part of that is they have the ability to capture all of the conversations. If you talk to somebody in another country that they're interested in, they can then go in and capture all of your information as an American citizen. And they can do this without a warrant. This has been in place for quite some time, but this legislation that was just passed recently expanded those authorities so they can go and actually look at like your Wi-Fi history. If you're connected to Wi-Fi, they can look at everything that you did connected to that Wi-Fi signal and in some other ways. It took an already bad problem and made it many, many times worse. And again, they're just saying, well, it's for national security. The problem here is...
That's the thing they always say.
That's the thing they always say. And it's like, I think it was Benjamin Franklin who said if you are choosing security over liberty, you will neither be secure nor will you have liberty. That's not an actual quote, but that's basically the point here. And that's the false choice that so many of these politicians are forcing on the American people is you can either be less free and more safe, or you can be more free and, oh, by the way, you're going to invite more terrorist attacks or more national security incursions on our country. And it's just BS. It is BS.
It's also very un-American.
It is.
And here's the problem with government overreach. The government is just people.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, if you thought of them as something other than a three-letter name like DEA, CIA, NSA, just a bunch of people, you would go, well, why is this like the DEA? Why is this 10,000 people telling all these other people what to do? That sounds crazy. There's way more of them than there are of us. If it was just in this room and Jamie turns out to be the cop and he says, hey, I'm going to put you two in prison because I heard you like hemp.
Yeah.
You're like, Jamie, fuck off. That's crazy. But if it's a government agency with a three-letter name, you're like, oh, this is the government.
Right.
It's the government. The government is just human beings.
Yeah.
And there's just a natural inclination that people in power have is to try to gain more power.
Yes.
Rich people want to get richer. hot people want to get hotter. Like, that's what it is. You know, it's
Yeah.
like everybody wants to improve.
Yeah.
And the governments, they're in the business of telling you what to do, and they want to be better at that business.
Yeah.
And the best way is to be able to, like, constantly be able to surveil everything you say and do.
Right. And again, it
We
goes,
shouldn't let them.
No, and this is the problem. This is the problem is that, every elected official swears an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Yet, as we saw with this most recent example, they are so ready to undermine our Fourth Amendment rights in the Constitution in the name of national security. And I know some of them are doing it with good intention, but without actually considering that the challenge and responsibility of those in government and those who have this power is to strike that correct balance between ensuring that our liberties and our constitutional rights are protected. You swear an oath to do this when you take this job, while also ensuring, okay, well, we can do both and we must do both. We can be safe and secure and also be able to live free without worrying about every time you pick up your phone or you make a phone call wondering if the government is surveilling us. And then you add on to that what's happening now where, like January 6th, for example. I was working out in the gym, Marine Corps gym in Hawaii down the street from our house, bumped into a guy who I met. It's a long story, but I met him when The Rock's stunt double was getting his traditional Samoan tattoo. And it's a whole ceremony. It was a 7-day thing. And so this other guy is Samoan. We met, became friends. So I saw him in the gym and he's with his 14-year-old son. How's it going? This and that. He's like, oh, the FBI just came to my house out in Laie, small rural community on the island of Oahu. I was like, what's going on? He's like, yeah, they came and knocked on my door because he said I took my son to go and witness democracy. So they were part of those thousands of people who were out there on the lawn of the Capitol. And they didn't arrest him. They didn't charge him with anything.
Wow.
But how is it that, years later, they go and find this guy and his family in a rural Mormon community in Laie in Hawaii. They're capturing all of the data of people whose cell phones were pinging within that vicinity during that period of time, not only on January 6th. And they are continuing to widen that net, looking at flight records and who bought tickets and who booked hotels and all of this stuff. For what? The FBI is going to go and investigate people who showed up there on the lawn on the Capitol? You look at what and this is
Scare
my thing.
tactics.
It is absolutely scare tactics. So when we look at the power of the government and how they're now turning on the American people for political reasons, we can see where even the best of intentions with some of these pieces of legislation can lead to the very worst places. What to speak of the fact that we have limited resource and limited people.
Yeah.
What are they not investigating? You talked about the DEA. What about the FBI and all these millions of people who are coming across our border? Are they tracking who they are? No, they're not. Are they tracking where they're going? No, they're not. We have no idea. People coming from the Middle East and Asia and Eastern Europe and Venezuela, gang members, like all of this stuff is happening right before our very eyes. And they're going and knocking on my friend's door in Laie because he brought his 14-year-old son to Washington, D.C. that week.
And here's the question. Was the FBI there? How many people were there? And how come they don't have to answer that?
Exactly.
They don't say.
Why not be transparent?
Also, they should be there. Like, the government should be there in case some shit goes sideways.
Exactly.
Right? So I'm sure they're there. But are some of the agents not good? Just like some dentists suck. Are some of the agents not good? And are some of the agents encouraging people to go in? Because that could be true too. Because if we look at what happened with the governor of Michigan, right? Was it Michigan or
Yes,
Minnesota?
Michigan.
That story is bonkers.
It is.
When you find out, what was it, like 11 of the people involved in the kidnapping scheme were FBI informants?
Right.
What?
Yeah.
And these two dopes who just dumbasses, like 80 IQ dumbasses that just get tricked into this fucking, they cosplay and we're going to kidnap her. Definitely. We're going to fucking get Liberty done. They don't know what they're doing. They're stupid.
Yeah.
And those poor fucks have to go to jail.
Yeah. Exactly.
And the whole thing was scheduled and set up by FBI informants. Like, that seems crazy. aren't there real problems instead of like creating problems and then arresting people for those problems? Aren't there real problems going on? And if there's not, like, you guys good at your job?
Right.
Like, we're trusting you.
And there are, like, you know,
For sure.
I know some great FBI agents, and there are people who are doing good work.
Absolutely. I've met great FBI agents.
Phenomenal.
Nice people,
Absolutely.
good people, patriots.
Absolutely.
But they're like dentists. Some of them are great.
This is.
Some
I
of
mean,
them
it's just,
suck.
you know, it's you can say it's in
Humans.
militaries and law enforcement.
Everything.
Like, yes, you are going to find those few for sure. They are there, but with So I've talked to different people in the FBI, and what they've shared is that there's kind of like a bifurcation in the agency, where there are people who are really, really angry and frustrated about the politicization of the FBI that's occurring by the heads. And then there are others who are just like, full send, we're on board, let's go. And it's creating a lot of friction and a lot of fear within the agency. I don't know if the agency, people get confused. That's the CIA. That's probably some similar things going on there. But within the FBI, a lot of fear that you got to watch what you say around even your own colleagues and your own peers, because there are people who are on different sides, which is horrible. Like, you are on the side of America.
Yeah.
You are on the side of the American people and upholding the rule of law and securing our country, going after the bad guys. Well, when the bad guys now become your neighbor down the street, we're in a very different realm, a dangerous one.
It's just how it is with people. Red Sox fans hate Yankee fans. Just like they're in the same country. You're going to have conflict even inside the FBI. You're going to have conflict in every group. You're going to have power struggles. You know, you're either with Bob or you're not.
Right.
If you want to make it in this business, you want to get to the top of this agency, you got to stay with Bob. And Bob's fucking calling the shots. I'm on Team Bob.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck Mike.
Yeah.
And then that's what happens with people. It happens in everything. And you have people that go in with good intentions and they get corrupted by systems that are corrupt.
That's where for the, you know, across, whether it's the FBI, the Department of Justice, all of these, it matters, you know, who's in charge.
Yeah.
These are all civilian-led organizations. They are political appointees. And, you know, in theory, they are the people who should be held accountable, but they are setting that tone.
Did you hear what AOC said? She said the people that are they're coming in to this country, most of them, it's because of climate change.
I didn't hear that one.
It's amazing. It is straight out of South Park.
Gosh.
It's straight out of South Park.
Wow.
Like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's
I'm like
the only
waiting, like,
reason?
oh, like,
That's the
is there
reason.
more?
Has the climate changed more than I know? Do you know something I don't know? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
What's going on down
The
there?
best are those clips. I just saw one on Instagram the other day from like 1985, where a newscaster I think it might have even been black and white, and she's saying, the climate change scientists tell us that we may only have 10 years before the Earth is destroyed. 1992 is gonna be the year.
Yeah.
And then whoever made this clip, they juxtaposed her clip with one from Bernie Sanders saying the exact same thing with a different date, you know, how many decades later.
And the problem is, when you fearmonger, you distract people from the real issue.
Yes.
Like, what is really going on? Like, how bad are we fucking up the planet? You know, here's one that doesn't get discussed enough. We've killed everything in the ocean. The ocean is depleted. What was the number, Jamie? Like 90% of the big fish are gone?
Yeah.
Some crazy number like that. Because of just imagine how psychotic it is to have a species that goes into another dimension that it's not a resident of and uses nets and just takes everything it can get and catches a bunch of dolphins and shit in there that doesn't want anyway, and they all die.
Exactly.
A new global study concludes that 90% of all large fishes have disappeared from the world's oceans in the past half century, in 50 years. So that's a
90%.
cataclysm. That's a disaster of epic proportion when it comes to like ecology and when it comes to the environment of the world itself. We're
Exactly.
killing most because we like sushi. we're killing most of what's in the ocean. It's bananas.
Yeah.
And so that is getting ignored because everyone is talking about fossil fuels. And I wonder how much of this is pushed by foreign countries through social media, because there is a thing that you can do and nudge conversations in a certain way with bots and with fake statistics and with fear mongering.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, China is opening hundreds of new coal power plants. They're doubling down on coal. And I think through TikTok and through probably Facebook and YouTube and all these different things, and Instagram, I'm sure, there's countless bots that are putting out videos and pushing narratives and find their way into your algorithm, and they affect the way people think about things. And guess what? If you go to Chinese TikTok, it's all academic accomplishments, martial arts demonstrations, science
Right.
achievements, and you can't go on after 10 p.m.
Right.
And in America, it's dudes with fake eyelashes
Wild
reading
West.
stories to toddlers.
Exactly.
And it's everybody telling you the ocean's going to boil.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's Osama bin Laden's letter to America.
Yeah.
The letter to America thing was wild too, where everybody was like, "Wow, Osama bin Laden had a point."
Oh
Like,
my gosh, I had a dinner the other night with a family. It was during the holiday of Passover, and this question came up about what would happen if another 9/11 style terrorist attack or some major incident like that came up in our country today. Would it have that same kind of unifying effect that occurred after that attack on 9/11? And when you look at things like that, like the Osama bin Laden letter, and you look at how there's an entire, not an entire generation, but there's a lot of people now who I wouldn't be surprised if they said, well, such an attack was justified. And not have that same kind of sense of unity of like, hey, no matter our differences, we got to stand together as Americans. And that should be a serious concern.
it should be a serious concern also when you really take into consideration how many genuinely dumb people there are. And when you have a situation like October 7th in Israel, I saw within days, before Israel did what they did in Palestine, within days, I saw people justifying the attacks on October 7th because of the treatment that Israel has given to the Palestinians. I'm like, hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy to say that you think people should be indiscriminately shot and killed and just en masse at a fucking rave, like paratrooping. And you think that's okay because of what Israel's done. But guess what? Those people didn't do that.
Right.
Those people at the rave and those people that are on the border, those are apparently, according to Ari, those are the hippies.
Right.
They're the ones who want to be, they're the ones who don't believe that we should be
Don't
there.
believe in borders.
Yeah, they don't believe in borders.
Exactly.
They want to be close to the Palestinians.
Right. Exactly. And that's where, you know, some of the things that they're chanting at that these protesters are chanting at Columbia University and some of the other ones. We hope that October 7th happens 10,000 times over, they say, you know, celebrating Hamas, this Islamist terrorist organization. It is. It's you know, I don't think we can just dismiss them as just being stupid. You know what I mean? Like, these kids are going to Ivy League schools. They are being absolutely manipulated, and there is a very intentional ideological war that is being waged in this example by these radical Islamist groups like Hamas. And they had planned this. They've been doing this for hundreds of years, and they're using technology and they're using other means to be able to achieve that end.
No doubt. As is Russia, as is China. They've infiltrated universities. You know, the famous Yuri Bezmenov speech from 1984, which is crazy when you hear it today because he called it. He knew it was going to happen, and it's happening, and it's happening from college campuses outward. So the most radical of these ideologies are being promoted on colleges because the kids are the youngest. They don't have jobs and real world experience. They're young. They have ideologies.
Right.
They're a little bit unrealistic, and they're all captured by this status game that's going on campus, where you're trying to be the most radical, like, oh, he's so radically pro-Palestine, he's so hot, you know, and then that really becomes a thing. You become virtuous, and you become attractive. You become interesting without actually being interesting, just because you have this rabid adherence to an ideology that's right now in vogue. And that's really what it is. And I think a lot of that is funded by foreign governments. And there's a lot of evidence that points to it. And we should consider it as a possibility. And don't dismiss it as a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Consider it as a possibility. And so this is the question about things like TikTok. Like, and Twitter and all of them. Because I guarantee you it's not just foreign countries' kids. I guarantee you there are people in this country that are using it.
Yes.
I know businesses do it.
Yes.
I guarantee you people do it to try to influence the way people think about things. And when you see posts, I've seen posts multiple times saying outrageous things, and I'll just, okay, let me click on this guy. And it's usually some letters and a numbers and a name maybe and a bunch of numbers. And then I click and I'm really, oh, fake person.
Yep.
Just go through all this
Zero
stuff.
posts.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's all just retweeting inflammatory stuff, and it's nutty fucking crazy politic takes and like really aggressive takes on things, and like, wow, how many of them are there?
Yeah, there's no question that this is happening, and the social media algorithms are feeding it and playing right into it, and in our attention and our minds are the commodity.
100%. And if they can just trick you into buying some stuff along the way, that'd be
Exactly.
great.
Exactly.
Who would have ever thought that your data would be so valuable?
Yeah.
That's the thing about when like you and I were younger. It meant nothing. Your data meant nothing. Like, nobody, what are you talking about? My data?
Exactly.
Who's about my data?
Right.
What is that?
Why would anybody
know?
be interested in that?
I remember my first inclination that data meant something was I bought Dianetics. I bought that book in like 1994 when I first moved to Hollywood. And Scientology never stopped sending me things. They
Like,
never
we got
stopped.
one.
Yeah. I was like, oh, that's how they get you.
Yeah.
And then they get you to join. I guess you have to give them a piece, give them a taste of what you're doing. You join the group. Yeah, and so data now is responsible for the largest corporations in terms of like the amount of money.
Yeah.
Like, think about Apple, how big Apple is, and how much data Apple has. And Apple's better with data than Android systems are. Google's terrible with it.
Yeah.
Like with it's just like they're just siphoning
Oh,
off
yeah.
your data.
Yeah, and
It's just a
that's
big-
the fallacy, and that's kind of the falsehood of the argument for people who are pushing that TikTok ban bill, is if they're claiming they're concerned about data security and privacy and making sure that our data is protected, you got to do it across the board.
Yes.
Because every single one of these social media or big tech company is collecting as much as they possibly can. And if you think they're not selling it to the highest bidder, whether they be an American company or a foreign company, of course they are. This is their business model.
Wasn't there some controversy about one of the DNA companies, whether it's Ancestry or one of the other ones?
There was.
where
I don't
they
remember which.
sold their data to China.
I think so.
Which is
I
like
don't remember which one.
You sold everybody's genes?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have signed up for that.
Yeah.
You could sell my genes to China. Like, if China was like offering free DNA tests, was it? Who'd they sell it to?
Big Pharma.
Ew, that's even scarier. And who do they sell it to? They could sell it to anybody else too, right?
It says 23andMe sells anonymous DNA to the
gosh.
drug company for $20 million. That's not even that much.
Oh,
It's not
just
that much.
anonymous, guys. It's anonymous.
Yeah, of course.
Guys.
Of course.
Wasn't there one with China though, with Ancestry? Yeah, this is 23andMe.
No, this is Ancestry also.
This is Ancestry as well. Interesting.
$20 million.
But see, I remember something about China.
I just typed in data sold and that's what it was.
I might be on the wrong forums though. I might be on some conspiratorial forums. I might have gone too deep on the JFK rabbit hole the other night.
This is what you said.
Oh, okay, China. There it goes. Groundbreaking move that has sent shockwaves through the biotech industry. 23andMe, the leading personal genomics and biotechnology company, has officially announced the sale of its entire DNA database to the Chinese government for an astonishing $10 billion.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's the one I was looking for.
But I'll just add that that's only coming from a Medium article, not any other article.
Jamie, why you gotta fuck it up with facts?
I'm
Fuck it
just
up.
trying to understand what's happening. I don't know that
Jamie
it's
is
not.
on it.
Why you gotta fuck it up with facts? Yeah, who knows? But your data is extremely valuable.
Yeah.
That's weird, and it's also valuable to humans. It's humans selling other humans' data.
Yeah.
Whether you call them Facebook or Google or the DEA or the it's just a bunch of people. And if they don't have to follow the same rules that you follow, then we have real problems. And when you have entire groups of people that are dependent upon technology that's controlled almost entirely by one ideology, and then you let the government get involved like they did with Twitter, and you see with the Twitter files, you're like, oh, Jesus, like, this is bad.
Right.
Like, you let the government have a back door, and they started sneaking around and telling you what to do and what not to do, and you were complying?
Right.
People
Right.
were telling other people that they couldn't have experts from Harvard and Stanford talk about medical problems.
Yes.
You stop this. Stop
Yes.
those experts from talking. Remove those posts. Ban those people. Like, the government is saying that.
Exactly. Exactly. And even if they're not saying, hey, do this or else, even if they're not making an explicit threat.
Just the fact you're getting requests from the government.
Exactly.
to do
Like
something
what
like that.
what would you like what are you gonna do? The FBI is calling and saying like, hey, we'd really like you to do X, Y, or Z. In my mind I'd be like, okay, like what am I gonna be investigated for outside of this if I say no?
Also,
what are the consequences gonna be?
If you're a person working at Twitter, right, this is not you. They're not investigating you. They're investigating someone else, right? So if they're going in, they're talking about these posts like, hey, this expert is spreading misinformation, and this is like they're causing vaccine hesitancy or whatever they're calling. We need to stop this. Put a stop to this. Like, why is the government being involved in a dispute between doctors and the pharmaceutical drug companies? Like, what are you doing? And how do you know? Did you guys adjudicate this? Did you guys get in front of a court? Did you guys get in front of experts? Did people testify? Did you have someone who's pro and con this? Someone who lays out this argument? Did you examine this? No, you didn't. No, you just contacted Twitter?
Yeah.
And Twitter said okay. Because what are they going to do? They're fucking executives. If you're working at Twitter, and this old Twitter, and you're like super woke,
right?
And you know, you just been drinking lattes and going into the meditation room, and then all of a sudden you get an email from the FBI, like, I don't want to fuck up this job. I got a cushy job. And you're like, okay, what do I have to do? Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you do that. And that's not good. It's not good to have that kind of power being wielded by other people. They're just people.
Yeah.
You could call them the FBI, you can call them the DNA. They're human beings. And human beings that have that kind of power over other human beings in a country that's supposed to value freedom.
That's the thing.
In and of itself is un-American.
And that's where this isn't just like some rogue FBI agent doing this or some rogue bureaucrat in an agency who's going and doing this. This is an expressed policy coming from the Biden administration in this example to go and use big tech to silence certain people's voices and to decide who does the government want to be heard and who needs to be silenced. And obviously we could talk all day about the cozy relationship that many politicians have with big pharma, and it's not a surprise that they're going to act in favor of big pharma rather than in favor of the truth or free speech or people's health and well-being. But the fact that this was and is the Biden administration's policy to decide that they are the arbiter of what is misinformation, disinformation, what is information, what is true and what is not, and that they will use the tools available to them both within the government as well as outside of the government in the case of big tech and social media to be able to enforce that. And that's really the, for people who aren't paying attention to this stuff at home and are just trying to live their lives and, go to work and take care of their kids and just live their life, it's easy to fall victim to like, well, the government wants what's best for us and they don't want us to be manipulated by misinformation or disinformation. And so this is the line that they use, like, we're doing this for you. We're trying to protect you. So once again, we're going to take away some of your freedom and some of your privacy, and tell you who you should be listening to and what information you should be getting.
The king knows.
Yes.
The king will tell the people how to live.
Yes.
This is
And
how
this
you
is-
wash.
This is coming from the
Yeah.
same people who are telling us that boys can become girls on
Yes.
any day of the week because they feel like it.
Yeah, and Rachel
Just-
Levine is the first female admiral.
Exactly.
Yay,
Exactly.
Women win.
Which is and then they stand there and say, "Well, we are the champions for women." If they cannot even accept objective truth.
We're living in the strangest of strange times.
It
And
really is.
I also think that a lot of that stuff is being accentuated by social media, manipulated intentionally. Because I think if you can just get those narratives out there enough, that affects the gullible people, that affects sensitive people, that affects people on the spectrum, it affects a lot of people, and then they start getting rewarded for leaning into one type of ideology or and then it's affecting people. We are affected by our environment, and to
Yeah.
pretend otherwise is just silly, especially when you're talking about young people. Young people are particularly susceptible to propaganda, which is why they have young people wear suicide vests.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
You can't get a 50-year-old agnostic dude to wear a fucking suicide vest. You know, he's going to go, what am I going to get when I blow up? I'm going to go to heaven? Can you show me? You got a video? Is there a YouTube video I can watch? Like,
Right.
what are you saying?
Yeah.
But you could talk a 5-year-old into it, and that's what they do, and that's sick.
It is.
And it's just as sick to try to like indoctrinate them into these crazy ideologies, because it's just people want other people to join their fucking team.
Yeah.
And it's a common thing that people do.
That's what's so concerning about, we are seeing the fruits of the shift in our education system away from actually teaching about the Constitution and, the founding documents and the Federalist Papers and the thought process behind that went into forming the Constitution and the Bill of Rights in our schools. Basic government, basic 101 on what is this country really about? What is the foundation that we were built upon, and what does it mean to you in your everyday life? And talking about the Bill of Rights and the First Amendment and going down the list, because that has been absent largely from our education system for so long, it creates again this vulnerability of young people being susceptible. They're not rooted in an ideology of freedom and what that means in our lives and why it's important, why we will fight to defend and protect it. And so then they're like, well, I don't know. Maybe what Hamas is offering is a superior ideology or a superior value system than what we have here in America, which a lot of these kids are saying. Whether they realize fully what it is or not, they are falling victim to that ideology, that radical Islamist ideology, which would be completely oppressive in the lives that they are trying to live here.
Yeah, the whole proposal behind it is best highlighted by the meme "Queers for Palestine."
Yes,
and then
exactly.
Palestine for queers.
Exactly.
It's like the difference between, like, that idea is so crazy. Like
Yes.
what you're saying is so nuts.
Yes.
And it's just this fuck the system, fuck the government, fuck the patriarchy.
Yeah.
It's this ideology that gets promoted it's like frivolously wanting to destroy the foundation of this country.
Yes.
And they'll say it openly. We want to just stop colonialism. Okay, and then what? Then what happens? What do you have? What do you have? You have warlords? What are you
Yeah.
going to have? What's going to run the country? How are you going to run it? We can do it with all the guns.
Well, that's where, this again, Hamas had this whole thing planned, like, gaining the compassion and the sympathy of the world.
How did they
and
plan that? How did they think that they were going to do that?
that they knew how Israel would react, and they were ready with social media and then all of the means of communication to play on the sympathies of people, the compassion and kind-hearted people around the world, and turn people's attention away from it was 1,200 people that were murdered and killed and the people that were raped on that attack on October 7th. Their goal being ultimately to influence populations around the world towards this Islamist ideology that they want to govern the world under Islamic rule, under Sharia law. And we've seen already how it's been successful in some parts of the world, even in Europe. In France, somebody was saying that I think it's 25% of France is already living under Sharia law. And so this ideological war that's being waged is not, it's being waged by one side, and there's not a counter narrative, there's not a counter war being waged on the other side to defeat it with a superior ideology of freedom and what we value as a society. And that puts this mission and this effort, and it's not just Hamas, obviously Al-Qaeda and ISIS and other terrorist organizations around the world, they all have that same objective, which poses this great the greatest short and long-term threat to people who value freedom and to civilization.
And we're also so uniquely vulnerable in that we do have this sort of democracy. You know, it's obviously heavily influenced by money, and then with the open borders, so you have all these people funneling into the country, and so you have an erosion of confidence in our entire system, because people are very aware of that, and the
Yes.
more people are let out of jail after they commit violent crimes, the more people are aware of that. If you looked at the whole picture, all the things that are in play right now, particularly like with the open borders and giving people plane tickets and flying them to all these different cities, like, if I was going to try to destroy the country, that's how I would do it. If I was going to try to destroy the country, I would radicalize the kids. I would give them the stupidest ideas and run them in their head. Boys can be girls, girls can be boys, boys can compete against girls in sports if they think they're a girl. Queers for Palestine, the death to the Jews, yell it out unironically on campuses. And to have the presidents of those colleges and universities defend it, which was wild.
Completely.
With cameras on them.
Yeah. It
Not
shows
even
how
behind closed
scared they
doors.
are. It shows how afraid they are of actually calling out what is right and what is wrong.
I think it also shows how they live in a bubble. And I don't think they interact with the real world. And I think when they did, the shock was probably it was probably horrifying to just to realize how most people feel about what they said. Like, it's not harassment unless it's actionable. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Exactly.
You're saying death to the Jews, so you have to kill Jews, and then it's harassment.
Exactly.
Isn't that a little late?
I was shocked, like everyone else, at not only their statements, but how every one of them sitting at that table on that day said almost the exact same thing. And knowing how much preparation, because when people come, I don't care who you are, but when you come and testify before Congress, you go through preparation. And if you're the president of an Ivy League university, you're going to have a whole team of people sitting there telling you, okay, well, here are the questions you should probably be prepared to answer. The question that Elise Stefanik asked was not outside of the realm of, like, here's what the frequently asked questions would be. Yeah. And the fact that their answers were all the same, and how they were smirking as they were giving that answer, I was very surprised by it. Maybe I shouldn't have been as surprised given what they're doing.
I think we're sending our kids to cult camps. That's what I think. I think they get indoctrinated into this. They don't all. Some of them skate through. Some of them are wise. Some of them realize this is crazy.
Right.
Can't wait to get the fuck out of here and get my degree. And then go to work. But some of them just get locked in, and then it becomes their identity. And it's dangerous. It's dangerous also because, look, kids don't want to listen, okay? And if you have kids, they don't want to listen to you. They want to rebel. And when they finally get to go away somewhere and be on their own, and your dad's a banker, you're like, fuck that asshole. Capitalism is bullshit. Like, and you're wearing a Che Guevara t-shirt.
Right.
You know what the fuck you're doing. You're like,
Exactly.
You're using ChatGPT to answer your homework. Like, the whole thing is nuts. And then you're allowing those young people to just trying out being an adult with a voice and an opinion and trying to be profound.
Yeah. And there's no consequences to actions.
No, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird that people can't see it, and I'm glad that some people are pulling funding.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of people that are donors are like, hey, fuck you. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And so that's fortunate that there's some sort of a blowback. But, you know, even that woman from Harvard, you know, she was caught plagiarizing.
Exactly.
Many times. Like,
Yeah.
if you were a grad student and you got caught plagiarizing, that would be a wrap for you. But meanwhile, she keeps making the same amount of money. They just gave her a different job.
Yeah.
They didn't even fire her.
No.
The whole thing's crazy.
It is.
The whole thing's crazy. It's like, that's supposed to be Harvard.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the smartest people amongst us. And when you heard that lady talk, you're like, hey, how did she get to the top? That seems bananas. It seems like you probably had some better choices. Like, was there any other considerations into how she got that gig?
Exactly.
The plagiarism doesn't freak you guys out?
Right.
Like, isn't that like opposed to everything that you stand for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It was
So what are
very
you
telling.
doing? You're not the best and the brightest anymore. You guys are doing nonsense.
Right.
This is a cult camp. You got a cult camp. You're indoctrinating people. And where are you getting your money? Like, and how much of that money is coming from China? And how much of the influence is coming from Russia? How much of the influence, like in the past, has shaped these people? So you have this system where academics go to school, they learn, they get indoctrinated, and they start teaching, and they never enter into the real world. And they make this cycle, and those are the people that keep indoctrinating more people, and now they're infesting these social media apps, and they're infesting all of these tech companies. And everybody else is like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
But it's all coming from universities. It's coming from the kids that get indoctrinated in these ideologies. And I remember when I first started talking about this in like 2015 or 16, whenever the Jordan Peterson thing was happening, it was Brett Weinstein and Evergreen College. And people were like, why do you care what's happening in these obscure colleges? I go, hey, they're going to graduate.
Yes.
Like when I see fire and it's 5 miles away, I don't go, oh, it's 5 miles away. I go, hey, we got to get the fuck out of here now. Like, get out of here now.
Yeah.
Fire's coming.
Yeah.
Get out. Like, this is, like, you don't see that these kids are going to leave school. If they're so crazy, they believe that you should have a day where you tell white people they have to stay home. When it used to be that it was an appreciation of people of color. So they could take the day off and they would get paid. And you go, oh, I really miss Mike. You know, I really miss Tanya. It'd be great if she was here. And boy, it's hard not working with her, you know, and doing her job and my job at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But telling people, white people, they have to stay home and then threatening them with baseball bats if they don't, have people roaming the parking lot with bats. When I saw that, I was like, this is crazy. And so many people were saying, why do you care? Well, they're going to go out in the world. If this is happening there, it's not an isolated situation. It's happening to other people. And then the Jordan Peterson thing in Toronto. And like, okay, guys. And now everyone is sort of realizing, like, oh, this is a real problem. This is infesting the world. This ideology is pervasive. And it's not well thought out. This is not just like fact-based, objective assessment, being kind and understanding and taking into account all the variables.
Yeah.
No, it's like a cult.
Yeah. The problem is not everyone is seeing what's really happening. You still have the AOCs of the world and many people within the leadership of the Democratic Party who this is the direction we are headed.
Yeah.
And that's a very dangerous thing for so many reasons, but obviously because they're in a position of power and how they're using that power and how they're undermining the rule of law and choosing, again, who gets to speak freely and who gets to go and do whatever they want, break the law, disturb the peace, acts of violence, because what you think that their cause is justified.
Right.
But meanwhile, others who would do the very same thing be charged with a crime.
Imagine if AOC got to write history books. And they said, why do people sneak into America in 2024? Oh, climate change. 20 years from now. Climate change was so bad that people were walking from Guatemala to get plane tickets to fly to Michigan. Like, for real? Are you sure?
Oh, my God.
Are you sure that happened? Maybe there's other variables? What do you think? Maybe he's encouraged?
Perhaps.
Maybe there's a whole Red Cross map that they can follow. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe some of the stops along the way, they only speak Chinese, and they have Chinese signs, and it seems like there's like a concerted effort to get people in from China. Hey, something going on?
Yeah.
No, just climate change. Oh, so simple. So nice to be able to just
That's just
write
that's
something
just
off.
as bad as the people who break into stores in New York City. They're just hungry and trying to steal bread for their starving kids.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lady.
Forget like the guys who go in and like steal 50 Apple iPhones from the store and run out and jump in their car, or all of these other things. It's hard to believe that a person who's a member of Congress can say that with a straight face.
Well, the best one was, did you ever see the conversation that she had with the news reporter, where the reporter was asking her to clarify her thoughts on Israel and Palestine?
Yes, I did.
That one's wonderful.
She had nothing to say.
It seemed like she didn't even know like where they were. Like like if you gave her a map and just had no names on it, like which one of these is Israel?
Yeah.
Like what do you know about the history?
Right.
What do you know about what happened in 1947? Anything? Like,
Right.
What was going on before that?
Yeah.
Who lived there first?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
what's Judea?
Right.
What's that place about?
Yeah. Exactly.
What's the biblical significance of these locations? Any? You know?
Yeah,
What,
yeah.
How long has this dispute been going on?
Yeah.
You know? What's
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah,
How much are we
exactly.
funding this?
There are these girls who, again, I don't know where this video is. I'm sure it's everywhere now, but they were left Columbia to go and stand with the students protesting at NYU. And somebody said, well, why are you here? They're like, oh, we're here to stand in solidarity with the protesters. What is NYU doing that you're protesting? Oh, I don't really know. And then she turned to her friend. She's like, why are we here? What are they doing that's wrong? And the friend said, I wish I was more educated because I don't really know either. Well,
They're just out there being virtuous.
somebody asked us to come, so we're just coming to stand in solidarity.
Well, there's this thing that you can do now where if you just yell out the thing that's popular, now you become cooler than you really are.
Yeah.
It's a new thing you can do. And if you're like really rabid about it, and then you can demand other people do it on their social media. Like, how come you're not putting a black square up on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, all of these things. I mean, these were major drivers for me in leaving the insanity of what has become today's Democratic Party, and where I have seen and heard directly from so many people who are or have already woken up to that fact of literally just being common sense minded Americans who are just, there's no explanation, there's no logic, there's no rationale that you can give for these kinds of things happening, and not just by some rogue member of Congress. I mean, it's happening from the very top.
yeah, and it's the consequence of money being involved in politics, and that seems like that web is so deep and those roots run so deep that to try to stop that now is almost impossible. It's almost like the only way to solve this is to give corporations a conscience. It's like the only way to solve this is you've got to figure out like who is funding what and why. Why is so much money being spent on this versus that? And one of the things about AI is that if AI is asked at a certain point in time, when it becomes like sentient or really super powerful, like what is the solution between the conflict between Ukraine and Russia? And what's the cause of it? And AI gives like a real comprehensive analysis of the U.S. government-funded coup from 2014 and how NATO has been moving arms closer to Russia and lays it all out. And like this is the definitive objective. No ideology, no bullshit reason why this is happening. And these are the companies that are pushing the conflict, and this is the amount of money they're making from it. And here's the amount of money that's missing because there's corruption involved in Ukraine.
Yes.
As much as people don't want to admit, one of the wildest ones was Candace Owens on Twitter, where the New York Times, they tweeted her, like, what evidence do you have of corruption in Ukraine? And she's like, from your own fucking newspaper? And she starts posting links. And it's like, do you guys not even check before you tweet out
Do you not
publicly?
do journalism?
Well, they were also the ones that said, the New York Times said that bomb landed in the hospital and killed 500 people. And apparently it landed in the parking lot and killed a small number of people.
Yeah.
And it probably was not from Israel, but was actually one of the Islamic terrorists had launched a bomb and it accidentally landed in the parking lot.
Yeah, and no effort to actually, truly, not in the fine print on the back page of the paper, but actually make sure that they got the facts right.
Well, and certainly no equivalent coverage of the actual true story versus the original story.
Yeah,
which you should do. Like, it's like, well, yeah, maybe you got bad information. Explain how you got bad information.
Exactly.
Same people who read the newspaper will read this, and now they know. Like, let them know. Don't just fucking hide it. Don't pretend you didn't fuck up.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's the same reason why with Julian Assange, you know, back when, you know, his criminal charges were first coming up, they were saying, hey, this is a threat to journalism, that you can't suppress the free press. It is a violation of the First Amendment. And if you go after Julian Assange today, they could go after a New York Times journalist tomorrow. I think we were seeing it from the Washington Post and some of the other mainstream traditional news sources. But the script was totally flipped, and they shut up real quick and turned their sights against Julian Assange after he released Hillary Clinton's emails. Why? They have become, unfortunately, a political arm of the Democrat elite. And it's the same reason why they stopped reporting on actual corruption in Ukraine, because they get, okay, what's the narrative that we've got to push?
Yeah.
And they're not going to go against it. Not allow facts and journalism to get in the way of that.
it's spooky. It's spooky for people that count on them for the news. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now who do I have to trust? Who can I listen to? And it turns out it's like a lot of independent people. And those are the only ones that they're free. They're free to actually report for now. You know, these laws are passed. Did that TikTok thing pass?
It did pass.
So
it's done.
That's it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you know Adam Curry?
It will be challenged. I'm sure it'll be challenged in court. I don't
I hope
know.
so.
I don't know by who or what the next steps will be, but
Is
I'm
it
sure it will
in
be
action
challenged
right now?
I
Like-
believe that President Biden signed it into law. Actually, I know he did, but the timeline of execution, you know, I think what they gave something like 180 days for TikTok to be sold to an American company.
Oh, great. Give it to Bill Gates.
But even if that, like, you know, that's a pretty tight turnaround when you look at that. But that doesn't negate all of the other provisions within that law that further violate our civil liberties.
Do you know Adam Curry?
I don't.
Adam Curry used to be an MTV VJ. He's the original podcaster. He's the podfather, the real number one.
Okay.
Brilliant guy. But I had him on the podcast quite a while ago, and he said that all this uproar over TikTok is total bullshit. He said what it is the Chinese are eating our lunch. Like, they've developed an app that is more addictive and collects data just like our apps do, and we don't like it. We don't like it because their one is way better. And so they're trying to do something to shut it down because they're using it to influence us, and like, hey, we're the only ones allowed to do that. And that's what he thinks. And when he said that, I was like, I never really considered that, because I always was like, oh, this TikTok is like really bad. You gotta like read the fine print.
Right.
And it is bad. I mean, if you look at just the terms of service, like when you're agreeing, you know, the conditions that you agree to, like they get to monitor your keystrokes. So that means they can probably monitor your passwords. They can probably check out all your emails. They get to monitor other computers that are connected to the network, even if they don't have TikTok on them. Like, it's bananas.
Yeah.
But who else is doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
Are they like?
That's the point.
When you and I are having a conversation, and then all of a sudden we talk about Toyota trucks, and there's an ad for a Toyota truck. Like, hey, did you guys know that we were talking about?
Right.
Are you listening, Google?
Exactly.
What are you doing? Like, how do you?
Google, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, all of it.
Fuck do you know what I'm interested in?
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
Because they're trying to sell you things. They're
And
all
so
trying to sell you things.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, and the best way to sell people things is find out what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it makes total sense. Of course. Like, Elon and X Elon specifically was the only one who stood up amongst our American big tech companies to say, no, this is a very bad bill. The others, to my knowledge, were very, very silent, or they were actually coming out in support of it. Competition makes sense. The other piece of that is, other than X and TikTok, the Biden administration has been very successful at working with Google, and Meta, Facebook, Instagram, in being able to control quote-unquote disinformation and information. So when you look at from a government standpoint, well, why if you're concerned about data security and privacy, why aren't you doing it across the board and treating every social media company that Americans use with that same standard? Well, maybe they're just going after the ones that they can't actually control and intimidate into doing their work for them, which is why it makes sense why Elon Musk and others would say, well, of course, if today it's TikTok, then why wouldn't it be X tomorrow?
It's interesting to me that people don't seem to understand the value and importance of a guy like Elon.
Yeah.
Who's this wild billionaire character who likes to dunk on people. Like that guy being like, did you see that thing that he posted the other day? Because there's one of the guys who was like from Facebook, I believe, said that what Elon is doing is corruption on like an Enron level, I think he compared it to. So Elon posted a photo of a dog laying its balls on another dog's head. And
I did not see this.
it was like dunking on this dude. I'm like, how wild is this guy? And then someone said, did you really spend $44 billion on Twitter so you can dunk on people? And he writes 100%. He's like,
I don't know how he has time for this. I mean,
don't get it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. But
and
he
do
does.
everything else that he's doing.
He's a fascinating guy.
Yeah.
I mean, his brain is a fucking tornado of information just flying around all the time, and I think it helps him to be able to just fuck around and be silly.
Yeah.
But he was the only one that recognized that there's a real problem if you have the entire narrative being controlled by one ideology through all the social media apps,
Yes.
and that's what's going on.
Exactly.
They're all tech companies. Tech companies have hired people that are coming from universities, and they're all infected by this ideology, and it's nuts that that's the case.
Yeah.
And then they've done a really good job. Like if you go to like Gab or any of them, especially initially, like it was so nuts. You're like, oh my god, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
It was like going to a Nazi party. Like, oh, like even if you're not a Nazi, like there's Sieg Heil in the corner. Like shit, I gotta get out of here. Like I don't know how
I
it
never
is
went in
now.
those rooms.
I don't know how it is now, but I guarantee some of that was fake too. I guarantee when they came up with these alternative platforms that people wanted to squash the idea of having people that were free outside of Twitter and Facebook, that were reasonable people that just wanted objective conversation, which I guarantee most of them were. Most of them were tired of being censored on Twitter and shadow banned and all that shit. So they try these other, whether it's Gab or Truth Social or any of them.
Right.
I guarantee you, if I was an intelligence agent and I was inclined to do, I would get in there and start Sieg Heiling. I'd go crazy. I'd post the most racist memes and have everybody salute. I'd go nutty. I'd have fake accounts liking those things and getting excited about it and reposting it, because that's how you make a place toxic, and that's how you kill the competition.
Right.
I would do that. I would do that if I was running Twitter.
Right.
If you were just a, I obviously wouldn't do it me as a
Yeah,
person.
no, of course.
But if I was a
Yeah.
evil fuck,
Yeah.
I would be like, this is the way to do it.
No,
Like,
it makes sense. It
let's
makes
take
sense.
that
How do you
place.
make it a place where people don't want to be?
How hard is that to do? You hire a bunch of people to do it. You get algorithms. You develop them. You start posting memes and shit.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Now you make it toxic.
Yeah.
Now I look and I go, ugh, you gotta get out of here.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so
Makes
then you
sense.
don't have an alternative. And you go back to Twitter and you just deal with the fact that you're being censored. And you deal with the fact that if you're a left-wing person, you can say the most outrageous shit, even call for violence against people. Twitter caught selling data to government spies while complaining about surveillance. In for a penny, in for a data mine. Is this recently? What is this saying now?
They have a deal with a company called Data Miner.
And what does Data Miner do? Uses AI technology to constantly monitor public activity on social media and other parts of the web. In doing so, its clients, often law enforcement, can receive customized real-time alerts of what's brewing online, which helps them to respond to natural disasters or, more ominously, spy on protests, notes The Intercept. Okay. But also does allow them real-time alerts of what's brewing online. So you're not saying they're censoring people. You're saying that they're allowing them to look at data. So that data could be like how many people are posting about some sort of a protest where they want to burn down a church or whatever the fuck it is. you're talking about a different thing than banning people from posting things, especially these people that are experts from Harvard and MIT, and this is a different thing.
I've seen. I mean, there's a data miner app. I've seen how the information flows through. I don't know what it says the story revealed the surveillance firm pays for special access to a fire hose of data from Twitter. I'd be curious about what
does that
that
mean?
fire hose of data is.
This data miner has a unique contractual relationship with Twitter whereby they have real-time access to the full stream of all publicly available tweets. So, but it's just publicly available tweets that are already available. So it's like a very high-level search function. A company representative said in an email to the government agency per the report. So is that like a search function? Like, because it's all public tweets. So they have access to the stream of all publicly available tweets. But doesn't everybody have access to the publicly available tweets?
Yeah.
Not with AI.
Right.
Software
Right.
monitoring it.
Right, but if you did have an AI, say if you had an AI, whether it's Google's AI or any AI, and you said, hey, go look at Twitter, tell me who's talking about Nazis.
Right,
Yeah.
curating
Yeah.
the tweets that are coming into your feed.
That's part of what he's been complaining about online is how many people, and they blocked access to many programs that did have access to the API because it costs money for them every time someone's taking that, so they just kind of cut it all off. Like I used to use TweetDeck to look at Twitter all the time.
That doesn't work anymore?
You have to pay for it
Oh, interesting.
Oh, interesting. How come?
because I honestly don't know. Arguably, it would just be like it was a good feature, so like
Yeah.
you might as well make people pay for it because they need to make money. But
How much TweetDeck cost?
it's part of the Pro, so you have to pay for Pro.
Okay.
It's like $20 a month or
okay.
some shit.
And then there's the other thing where like Apple takes a slice of that if you're getting it off of your iPhone, right? If you get it from the App Store.
That's where if you pay for it on like Twitter on the website, no. But if
Bro.
you use the phone app on your phone to do
That's
it,
what I'm
then
saying.
yes.
Apple's got the wildest thing going.
They
They
do.
get 30% of everything. They have so much money. They have more money than countries. There's a lot of
I believe
countries that
it.
don't have as much money as Apple.
Yeah,
Like,
I believe it.
it's pretty nutty.
That's being challenged, I feel like, in a lawsuit too. Right?
Yes. Well, there's certain things that Apple does that are thought to be anti-competitive in a
Right.
in a kind of a creepy way. And one of them that they just recently got rid of is the Lightning connection. Right. So
Yeah.
up until iPhone 15 or 16, what are we on now? 16? We're on 15 now. So up until 15, you used to have to use a Lightning connector, which only works on Apple devices.
Right.
Now you can use a USB-C, which is way better. It's better for It's better for connectivity. It's better for charging. Get faster charging. Like the Android phones, like particularly like Samsung Galaxy, to go to full charge is like an hour less time because it takes faster watt charging than the iPhone does. And for the longest time, it would be much better transfer of data because of USB-C. It's just a better, more efficient system. But Apple's like, yeah, you gotta use iPhone. So the European Union, I think that was the problem. They couldn't sell them over there anymore. They
Right.
made it illegal. So then they had to switch it over to USB-C. So now everybody at least has a universal thing.
Yeah.
And then there's the problem with text messaging. So if you have an Android and you send me a text message, it comes out green. And I send you one, it comes green. Because it's text, it's SMS. And so now they're going to adopt RCS. So the idea is since you can't have iMessage on everything, at least you'll have encryption and you'll be able to send large file sizes. And that's what RCS is, which is like
Interesting.
a higher level of text messaging that's been enjoyed by people who use Androids, but not when they communicate with iPhones. iPhones were forcing people to use SMS.
Right.
It's shitty. It's inferior. You get like blurry images and videos, not the same resolution.
Yep.
It cuts it all down because
Compresses them.
because it has to
Yep.
fit in the SMS format. So now you'll be able to share photos just like you will with an iPhone, with an iPhone to iPhone.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So no more green text messages.
Nope. The text message will still be green.
Oh,
But
interesting.
now it'll be
Okay.
art. Yeah, they want you to feel like shit. They want you to feel like shit for having a different device.
I think yeah, exactly.
It works.
It
Kids,
does work.
The thing with kids, I think with teenagers, see if this is true. I believe I read that it was something like 86% of all teenagers, it was some high number of all teenagers use iPhones. like you're shunned
Yeah.
if you use an Android.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's weird.
Yeah.
But that's how tribal people are. We're
Isn't
tribal
it?
about our cell phones.
It's nuts.
We're tribal about the kind of computers we use, the kind of sneakers. I'm an Adidas guy. Fuck Nike. You know, like
Yeah.
people are crazy.
Yeah.
87% of teens in the USA have an iPhone, while 88% expect an iPhone to be their next phone, according to a survey from investment firm Piper Sandler. That is a monopoly.
It's a huge monopoly.
That is wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And how they control their apps and how
Yeah.
much money they make off of the apps.
Well, also their whole ecosystem is amazing. It's really good. Like they figured out a lot of really good things.
Yeah.
Like it's so convenient that I can write on my computer, and then I can transfer it to my notes, and it's automatically on my phone.
Exactly.
I don't have to do anything
I use
else.
it all the time.
It's so good.
Yep.
That's so good. You can do that with Samsung. You can do that with Android. You can do that. It's just you'd have to switch systems and like relearn how the. And it's not hard to do. They're pretty intuitive. I have a Samsung phone. I have an older one. I have a Galaxy, one of the Ultras that I used to think took a clear photo of the moon, but it's actually bullshit.
Yeah.
Do you know that story?
No.
You don't know that?
No.
They got me. They got me. There was a feature that's still a feature. It's kind of amazing. It's called Moonshot. And so you could be looking at the moon. If you look at the moon with your iPhone and
Right.
try to take a photo, it looks like dog shit. It looks terrible because it's just like a blurry thing. And
Yeah.
if you zoom, it looks terrible. But with Samsung's, when you zoom in, it holds a square over the moon and it enhances it. And it gives you like 100x zoom. So you get this crazy digital zoom. You zoom in on the moon, and it looks really clear. And you take a photo. But it turned out it was just AI. Because
No.
yes, because some clever internet people, because you can't fool the internet. What they did is they took a blurry image of the moon and they put it on a desktop computer, and then took a photo with the camera of the blurry image on the desktop computer, and it filled it in and made it pretty.
Wow.
Yeah, you fucking
That's kind of smart.
frauds.
That's a smart hack to figure it out.
I've seen people try to argue away it and say, well, it's actually no different than how AI enhances normal photos.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
No, you take a picture.
No. You're talking about the moon.
Yeah.
There's a
Faked
lot
it.
of detail there.
Yeah, what if there's a UFO I missed?
Right.
What if there's a UFO flyer
Exactly.
that you're trying to tell me
Yeah.
the mothership is circling around the moon and you're lying to me? You guys are liars. But other
Oh,
than that,
man.
the technology is actually superior on those phones.
The Samsungs?
Oh yeah, it's quite a bit better. The
Yeah.
screens are quite a bit better. The screens have an anti-reflective coating on the new S24 Ultra, so even in bright sunlight when you're outside, you could read your screen perfect. It doesn't. You don't have the glare that
Yeah,
you do when
right.
you're trying to look at your phone like this.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that with Samsung.
Interesting.
You also have superior battery life. You only have like a tiny little circle that's missing from the screen for the camera. You
Right.
don't have that big ass stupid bar that's
Yeah.
in the front for Face ID. There's a lot of things there. It has a pen you could write on it. Like
Yeah.
and it has AI features. It lets you translate in real time. You and I can be having a conversation. You could be speaking Spanish, and it would show me in English in real time, and then I could speak to you in English, and it would show you in Spanish. So the phone gets split down the middle. So this side faces you, and that side faces me, and we would have a conversation, and I could read what you're saying. And then you could wear these earbuds, and it'll translate it in real time,
Oh, wow.
which is crazy.
That's incredible.
It's crazy.
I tried using the Google Translate app
Yeah.
when I was down at the border and talking to different people from different parts of the world, and it sucked. It like the intent I think was for that to happen is like you just turn on the microphone and then I could speak and they could see in the screen like it's translating into their language, and then they could respond in their language and you're just seeing it play out real time, but it didn't work.
It didn't work.
It just didn't work. The thing froze or it didn't translate, and then you got to push all these buttons, and then even then.
Well, the
I don't know.
Samsung one is using AI, and I think it's the most advanced version. It also has a thing where it lets you organize your notes in AI. So, and also it'll change the tone of your text messages. Like it'll suggest things that are more polite or more friendly. Yeah, there's like modes that you can do. So you can do
Interesting.
AI for that. You can also
That might piss me off sometime if I don't really want to write a polite text message.
Right. Well, then you don't have to. You
Right.
can write it in your own language. I mean, you can
Okay.
write it however you want.
In your own voice.
But then you can also ask it to make this more polite.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's what it is. So it's not
So
like saying, hey
crazy.
Tulsi, how about
Yeah.
you be a little nicer?
You're right.
Like, it
Exactly.
doesn't do
Okay.
that.
So it's not policing me.
It
and
also
my
will
mood.
summarize web pages. So if you go to a web page, you're like, I don't want to read all this shit.
Yeah.
Give me a summary.
Yeah.
And you
Oh,
can
wow.
instantly
Yeah.
say, this is what's going on. This is the problem. Here's what's the dilemma.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh. It'll break things down to you. So it's using AI on the
In
phone.
constructive
Yeah.
ways.
But 86% of kids
Yeah.
don't have it.
Yeah.
Weird.
The have you heard of this unplugged phone that Eric Prince is
Yes.
doing?
Yeah, I have heard of it.
It's interesting. I just got one. I haven't set it up yet, but it is what they're saying is the most secure means of communication. Obviously, technology is never 100% secure, but the fact that it does not have the same ad ID numbers that every one of our other phones has, Apple, Samsung, whatever, makes it so that we are able to protect more of our information than we would otherwise.
Right, but do you get to use apps with that? Like,
Yeah.
Can you use
Yeah.
Instagram?
They have their own operating system and their own apps, but you can also download whatever apps you want to download.
But if you download
And they're the
Instagram,
settings. The settings you are able to actually make it so that Instagram is not able to collect the kind of data that they would otherwise.
Really?
Yes.
So, what is it operating on? Like, is it like graphene? Like, what is the operating system?
I haven't set it up yet. It is an operating system. They got the guy who, as their CTO, who created the Pegasus system.
Oh, great! You can trust him.
That was my question.
If you're gonna make, well, first of all, if you're gonna
There's
make
two sides
a
of that.
honeypot phone,
Yeah, there's two sides of that. Is if you created it, then ideally you would know how to protect against it, right?
yes, for sure. Or you would say, look, the kind of people that want a phone like this, these rah, fuck the government people, like these type of people that might get visited by the FBI, give them a phone, call it like the Patriot phone or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
So
and
I-
make it a nice little honeypot.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying that it is.
No. Well, so I asked them, like, it sounds like this is the perfect kind of phone for people in the military or people who are conducting different kinds of operations because of all of these protections and so on and so forth. And they said they're intentionally not selling to the U.S. government because they don't want that doubt to be in people's minds that this is some kind of op that's happening that will allow some kind of surveillance to take place. Anyway, it's interesting.
That is interesting. There are other phones that do that. There's phones that operate on an operating system called Graphene OS. So you take a phone like a Google phone and they de-Google it. So they remove all the Google stuff, and then there's a bunch of detailed instructions of how to do it.
Right.
And then they put this new operating system on. And when the new operating system works, all your shit doesn't work. Like all the normal Google
okay.
services
Yeah,
and all
see
that stuff.
that-
It's a completely different operating system.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So you
Theirs,
get, like,
theirs, they
text
have figured out
messages.
how to do both. You can toggle on and off what mode you want to be in, and it's got the VPNs and everything else.
And that's the suspicious hippo face. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, skeptical hippo.
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone did figure something like out, that would be great. I've asked Elon about that once because I'd read this story about a Tesla phone. He's like, oh God, I hope we don't have to make phones. But it's the way he said it. I hope we don't have to make phones.
Interesting.
Yeah.
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 Because when you look at the interconnectedness between, Tesla, and you look at obviously the power element and then the car element, and then you look at the content platform that they are building X into, like the vision that they have for it to be the one-stop shop, not only for all different kinds of media, but for, payment and interaction and business and commerce and everything else. It's interesting when you look at that direction of
It is also interesting
connectivity.
that if you have a Tesla, and I have one, I love it, you can't get Apple CarPlay. Doesn't come with no Apple CarPlay. Fuck off. Fuck off, stupid. Use our shit.
So what can you use then? Just their organic.
Well, you can Bluetooth your phone. Like
Okay.
you can play music. Like if you have
Okay.
Spotify hooked up to your phone on Bluetooth, you play a song on Spotify to play on that.
Yeah.
And you also have like there's a lot of options. Like Spotify's built into the system, so you can just like
Okay.
tell it.
Okay.
You could like press it, play Notorious B.I.G. and it
Right.
just start playing random song. You can tell it what song to play.
Interesting.
You press a button, you say, "Hey, navigate to Eddie V's Steakhouse."
Okay.
Bam, it'll take you there.
Okay.
So, and it's got this big ass, huge screen.
Yeah, I've
you
seen
have
the
this
screen, yeah.
giant, like I don't know how long it is. How long is the screen on our cars? It's like 18 inches. Looks like it's about 18 inches, right? And it's just massive map.
Yeah.
So like for navigation and everything, it's great.
Yeah.
But if I was gonna make a phone, I wouldn't allow Android or Apple to like have CarPlay. Fuck
Right.
off.
Right.
Fuck
Exactly.
off. Use my shit.
Right.
And then once
Yeah.
you develop an X phone,
Yep.
I wouldn't be
I could
surprised.
see it. I could see it.
I'm sure he's thought of it. I'm sure he's thought of it other than me saying that to him. I'm
Yeah.
sure that's not the first time he thought of it.
Yeah.
Because if anybody could pull it off, it's probably Twitter and X, whatever.
Yeah.
If they came up with a SpaceX phone, all the nerds would be like,
Oh.
gimme, gimme, gimme.
Come on.
Especially if it was good.
Yeah.
And especially if people move to more secure messaging systems that are end-to-end encrypted, like Signal, which also I'm a bit skeptical about. Like, I read something on one of them forums where they're saying that Signal was funded by CIA money. Is that true? That's not good. And then there's WhatsApp, which is owned by Facebook.
Yeah. WhatsApp is not a secure form of communication.
It's not?
No.
Is it sus?
No. It's
Super
more
sus?
than sus.
Super sus?
Yes.
I just want to hear you say super sus.
It's confirmed sus. How about that?
Freedom of the Press Foundation acted as Signal's fiscal sponsor between 2013 and 2016. The project received grants from the Knight Foundation, the Shuttleworth Foundation, and almost $3 million from the U.S. government. Sponsored Open Technology Fund. Yeah. What does that say down there on Reddit? Article claims Signal's origins as a U.S. government asset are public record, and a lack of funding is because of the CIA. Found this article that makes a claim that Signal's origins as a U.S. government asset are a matter of extensive public record, even if the scope and scale of the funding provided has until now. Does anyone here know what public records they're referring to here? It says, if so, does anyone have links to these public records? This means Signal is a honeypot. They also say that Signal handed people over to the CIA. I'd like to know what actually evidence of that exists. If it's true, that kind of sucks. That's what it says there. But Tucker said that he was communicating through Signal and that the government contacted him and said, we know that you're setting up a meeting with Putin because we read your signal. And he was like, I didn't know you could even do that.
Well, this connects directly back to the FISA Section 702 law. Because if they are surveilling certain foreign entities in Russia, then an American citizen like Tucker Carlson communicating with them, the government is then able to just immediately go in, again, without a warrant and saying, okay, we got to go before a judge. And even if they do go before a judge, it is a secret court. There is only one side that's presented, which is the government saying, we need to go and capture all of Tucker's data. For example, I have no idea if this actually happened, but let's say that's the scenario. That court, and this is public information, that court approves 99.9999999% of all requests that the government makes to go in and surveil American citizens. It's essentially a rubber stamp, which is exactly the problem. But that's where I could foresee, okay, well, Tucker's communicating on Signal. This surveillance law that just was strengthened recently when Congress passed it and Biden signed it into law allows that to happen.
So it's all bullshit then. So Signal, unplugged phone, all that stuff. If that's the case, if they have the ability to read Signal, don't you think they have the ability to read every single piece of information that gets sent from your phone? They can intercept it and read it. It just makes sense.
I believe it.
I don't know how you're going to protect that. Maybe I'm ignorant, but I don't understand how you could protect that with a different operating system as long as it's using the same cell phone signals. It's like I understand that you're saying it's encrypted, but is that encryption impossible to crack? Like, isn't that is there a source of that encryption? Couldn't someone just get the phone and let's figure it out and back engineer it? Seems like it could.
An interesting thing about I asked this same question about this unplugged phone, and if you're using, which I hadn't heard before about any other app, but if you're using their version of Signal, their texting app that you can do calls and FaceTime and whatever through, with another app on another unplugged phone, every time you connect a call or you send a text message, it generates a new encryption key, versus Signal, which is when you download it and you set up your account or whatever, that is your key.
So, but would you have to have an unplugged phone for me to talk to you in that encrypted app?
That's what yes, I believe so.
So you'd have to have it, and I would have to
I
have
believe
it.
so, because I don't know that their app is available on Apple, for example.
Right. See, that would be interesting if someone developed something that did that developed a
The
new
generation of
certificate.
a new encrypted key every time you're using it.
Yeah.
And starting a conversation. That's. But it's true.
Futile race.
Yeah.
It just seems like the boundaries between people and privacy. Signal facing collapse after CIA cuts funding.
wow.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
this is an investigative journalist on a website. I've then looked up his account. His account is suspended on Twitter or X. I don't know why, but this is an article that says some interesting things. But I don't know how much this is fact. That's almost why I hesitated to bring it up. It does say
A friend of mine, so hold on a second. Never acknowledged in any serious way by the mainstream media, Signal's origins as a U.S. government asset are a matter of extensive public record, even if the scope and the scale of the funding provided has until now been secret. The app, brainchild of shadowy tech guru Moxie Marlinspike, by the way.
That's quite
He came on the podcast. He's not
Did
shadowy.
he really?
Yeah, he's on the podcast.
Wow.
Not shadowy at all.
Interesting.
No, like regular guy.
Yeah.
Like some of this is probably horseshit. Real name Matthew Rosenfeld. How dare you, Moxie? You have a fake name? Was launched in 2013 by his now defunct Open Whisper Systems. The company never published financial statements or disclosed the identities of its funders at any point during its operation. Sums involved in developing, launching, and running a message app used by countless people globally will nonetheless surely significant. The newly published financial records indicate Signal's operating costs for 2023 alone are $40 million and projected to rise to $50 million by 2025. Rosenfeld boasted in 2018 that OWS never took VC venture capital funding or sought investment at any point, though mysteriously failed to mention millions were provided by the Open Technology Fund. Yeah, and that's the money. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Open
this is
Technology
actually-
Fund was launched in 2012 as a pilot program of Radio Free Asia, an asset of the U.S. Agency for Global Media. Oh boy.
Yep.
Which is funded by U.S. Congress to the tune of over $1 billion annually. In 2018, the then CEO openly acknowledged the agency's global priorities reflect U.S. national security and public diplomacy interests.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds sus. Is that super sus?
That
Tulsi
is
Gabbard?
super sus.
I just like you saying super sus. Yeah.
That's
a little iffy.
It's very.
If
I
it's
would say
true,
so.
if it's all,
I
or
would say
if it's
so.
not true, it's a disinformation campaign designed to cripple Signal and to lose people's trust in Signal.
Yeah, perhaps. That last thing there, though, is a separate issue of concern of
Yeah.
the United States government funding U.S. propaganda, essentially, in different parts of the world.
I would like to talk to real nerds about this phone, this unplugged phone.
Yeah.
The real nerds.
Yeah.
I would like to have the real nerds look at this
Yeah.
and go, yes or no.
Yeah.
Like, what do
oh,
you,
absolutely.
what do you think's
I'm
going on
curious
there?
as well. Yeah.
Is there reviews of the unplugged phone by any of them super smart people? Oh, but they have them. Brian Callen has one. Tulsi, you have one.
Yeah.
It says by now, but I don't.
Oh, so it's not pre-order. It used to be pre-order, like till recently.
I'll just show you.
Right. It says deposit of $4.99. Just go to the actual.
I did, and that's where like I started.
Oh, so
clicking stuff,
maybe
and
it
says
used to be.
$4.95.
Maybe that was the link at one point in time. It said pre-order. Okay. Be interesting if people use this, but it's like, I need something. Is it $1,900? What are you buying? Phones, psycho? What are you doing?
I was trying to see when it was going to ship.
This psycho's
If it
over
says
here
shipping
buying
in
his
3
phone.
months, that means it's not
What if we
available
start-
now. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What if we start using those? I don't know.
Yeah, it is very interesting because there are other phones that I've seen in the past who have tried this and not succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know whether it was a virtue of, the time in our country where people maybe just weren't that interested in having a secure means of communication or a secure phone.
Well, people don't want the inconvenience, and most people don't have to think about this, right? So they're not thinking about the government looking at everything they do. What are they doing?
Right.
Just trying to get laid and trying to have fun. And They're just trying to do normal stuff.
Yeah.
They don't care. But if 86 or whatever the number was % of kids use iPhones, they are locked into that ecosystem.
Yeah.
You're locked in with your photographs. You're locked in with everything. And
Yeah,
that-
you've got Apple Pay and you've got the whole thing.
Everything.
All you need is your phone.
You use your phone. I use my phone as a remote control to control Apple TV. It's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. It's actually better than the real remote control.
Interesting.
Because you can type on the keyboard instead of doing that stupid thing where you have to go.
Oh gosh, yeah. Letter by letter,
Oh, it's so
scrolling.
dumb. You try to find a movie. It takes 5 minutes to type it out. You can just type it on your phone.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Apple remote control thing is fucking great. It's better. The problem is when you have these walled gardens like Apple's ecosystem, it's very difficult when you have everything over there, all
Yeah,
your stuff, your
exactly.
email, your this,
To jump
your
off of that.
It's hard.
Yeah.
And most people don't ever do it. They just
Yeah.
go, ugh, too much work.
Yeah.
Like whatever you're on, whether
Yeah.
you're on Android or whether you're on Apple. But they try to make it easy. They try to lure you over. They try to get you to switch.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do it.
I think that's where it is interesting to me that more and more people are paying attention to government surveillance, their ability to reach into our private information, and who is allowing that to happen.
I think they count on the majority of us not being aware.
Yeah.
And I think that is the case today. The majority of people are not aware, and they don't think of it as a primary concern. The majority of people are way more concerned about climate change, because that's what gets.
You think it's a
pumped into
majority
their
of
head.
people?
I think it's a lot of people. They'll say it at least. How much they know about it is
Yeah.
weird. I've had conversations with people where they talk about like, hey, well, they all agree we got to act now about the climate, and I go, what did you hear? Like, tell me what you hear.
Yeah.
Because have a conversation. Let them just spill it all out.
Yeah.
Like, don't even challenge them. Just let them spill it all out. And it's like AOC talking about Palestine and Israel. It's like, I'm not really.
It's like a centimeter deep.
Not exactly. I'm not sure. Something bad. Something's happening. They don't know what they're talking about. And if you say, have you ever looked at a video of the difference in the shoreline from like 1987 to today? Have you ever done that?
Have I done it?
Yeah.
I've seen for Hawaii. Yeah.
What's the difference? It's bigger.
It is.
Hawaii keeps
Much
getting
bigger.
because Hawaii grows because
Yeah.
it's a volcano.
Yeah.
But when you look at the shoreline in a lot of places, it kind of seems the same.
Mm-hmm.
And also, these like fucking psycho rich people are buying houses like on the beach.
Yeah.
Do they know something we don't know?
Right.
Like, don't you think if they really thought that the oceans were going to rise 100 feet in the next week, that the fucking insurance companies would go, hey,
Yeah.
you can't buy that.
Or even the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, people are having a hard time getting homeowners insurance in California because of the wildfires.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
That's a real one.
That's a very
And
big issue.
That's a real one.
Yeah.
That's a real one. And, but they don't have a hard time with it right next to the water.
Yeah.
Like, no one's getting, it's not like tsunami insurance.
Yeah. It's I mean, like.
They even have that?
Tsunami insurance? I don't know. I want to
bet.
say yes.
I bet that's like carved out.
I want to say yes.
I want to say no. I think if you're a dumbass that buys a $50 million house in Malibu, like right on the I want to be on the water. Like, hey, bitch. You know how much water's out there? There's a lot
we
of water.
had, the active volcano that we've had on the Big Island for so long, but the actual flow that happened through neighborhoods when the floor of the volcanic shelf within the crater fell through, the lava went down and started flowing through all of these lava tubes that were running beneath fully occupied neighborhoods. People had bought land and built houses in those neighborhoods knowing it was I think it was a lava 3 zone, which is like you're building on top of an active volcano's lava tubes. You have to know that you're assuming that risk. Well, when that happened, there were lava spouts and little mini craters that were formed within so many of these different communities. We were going around there. I was with the head of the roads division for Hawaii County, and we would go and look. And like as soon as there was a crack in the pavement, be like, okay, we got to mark that one down on the map, because that is, the next day you see the steam coming up as though it's a lava vent, and then within the next day or two you would have an active, like 20, 30, 40 feet in the air lava spewing up right in the middle of like a normal kind of suburbia-ish neighborhood. And this happened
20, 30 feet.
It happened in over 20 different locations within this particular area. And it was mind-blowing to go there one day after the other and see how quickly a beautiful little neighborhood turned into a complete bed of lava. So this then begs the question, like, well, is your home insured?
Right.
There was one insurance company in the entire world that would insure homes that were built in a lava 3 zone.
Did they go under?
Well, I don't think they went under because it's so freaking expensive. Most people just didn't have it. Most people couldn't afford it.
It's a gamble, right?
It is a gamble,
They're taking a crazy gamble.
It was amazing to see how so many residents there recognized, like, okay, yeah, we knew we were getting this land. It was pretty cheap. Built a beautiful house, knowing that this possibility could occur, and frankly, just it was amazing to see their respect for Mother Nature, and knowing like we chose to live here. Madame Pele is doing her thing, and we're gonna have to figure out something else.
So, what is going on right now in Maui?
Can I take a quick bathroom break?
Yeah. This is a good one to talk about, right?
It's a very important one.
We're back. So we were just about to talk about Maui.
Yes.
So what is going on right now post fires?
No one is rebuilding homes yet. The remediation effort is still underway. And the biggest challenge for the families who were directly impacted by that, who were left homeless, is the fact that they still don't have anywhere to go. They've been put up in Airbnbs or in hotel rooms for a period of time. On Maui, the hotels are like, hey, we need to be able to start welcoming in tourists back into the island. And so the governor is trying to work out a plan to be able to provide some form of semi-permanent housing for people. If they were to try to go out and rent a house on the market, it is purely unaffordable. And there are a number of families who are now faced with the tough decision of, do we just pick up and go and move our life out of Hawaii and to the mainland? Which is heartbreaking, given how many of those families, they've been in that community in West Maui or in Lahaina for generations.
What is happening with the people that had mortgages? So if they had a mortgage and their home was burnt down and they haven't gotten money from the insurance company and they haven't been able to rebuild, do they still have to pay that mortgage while this is all going on?
I haven't heard that raised as an issue. I would hope that the mortgage company would recognize what's going on, but that's a good question. I haven't heard it raised as an issue from either residents or as part of the conversation around housing for them.
Why has no one been able to rebuild?
There has to be there are so many layers of toxins in the ground that have to be cleaned up and removed before people can go in and actually start to rebuild. But to speak of just the inspection and the permitting process and so forth.
So the layers of toxins just from the fire?
From the fire, and you had like a gas station with underground fuel tanks that burned like completely to ash on the ground. The toxins that came from all, different construction and everything else that exists in the environment.
So all that stuff burns, it gets in the soil, it gets rained on, so the ground is contaminated.
Right.
And this is the reason why they can't rebuild?
Yeah, and they knew from the outset it was a known fact that it would take. I mean, if it only takes a year, that is an expedited timeline, is
And
what I've been told.
How long has it been now?
August will be 1 year, August 8th.
The most insulting thing was the $700 one-time payment from the government. Like,
Yeah.
that is, who said yes to that? Who allowed that?
You-
And at the same time, releasing this number where they accidentally had sent Ukraine $6 billion. Remember that?
Yeah, they said, oh, well, we lost track of this $6 billion. And so now that we've found it because of some accounting error, now we can go and send it to Ukraine.
And they were automatically assuming they were going to send that anyway.
Of
we're going to be
course.
sending more.
Of
Don't worry.
course.
But
Of
no
course.
consideration at all.
No, I remember specifically when the fires had just happened, the White House brought in the director of FEMA to talk to the White House press corps, and someone asked the question, what are you, FEMA, what are you actually doing for the people who've been impacted by this tragedy? And the director stood there with a straight face and proudly said, well, we have provided a one-time payment of $700 to everyone who has been impacted by this fire or displaced by this fire. And that was her big announcement that she was there to make. One single one-time payment of $700.
So that means you have 700 servings of ramen.
Basically. I mean, you can't even rent a bedroom in someone's house for $700.
It's certainly you can't for 8 months.
No.
That's what's crazy.
No.
$700 is so crazy. It's just such an insulting and ridiculous number, and the fact that they haven't given more. It's like, but yet they're flying people around on airplanes that come in illegally through the border.
Yeah.
Just like, how much does that cost?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
does that program cost?
Exactly.
Like, what does that cost?
Multi-billions of dollars, if I had to guess. It's FEMA has other services. It's a lot of bureaucracy. It's a lot of paperwork. And residents on Maui, they were being told, like, okay, well, hey, if you accept this kind of aid from FEMA, you are ceding some sense of your sovereignty or decision-making ability with regard to your land or your property, and all of the red tape essentially that caused a community who were rightfully skeptical about government coming in and saying, okay, well, we're going to help you, when that same government said, oh yeah, hey, we may at that time, and the governor said this, and then he corrected himself later on, but he's like, oh yeah, we're thinking about and talking about how we can turn this entire place, have the government take ownership of it and turn it into some kind of memorial or some kind of workforce housing, which obviously made people really freaking mad to say, like, well, who the hell are you to come in here and say you're just going to take our land? You're just going to take it and do what you want with it? So they're obviously very skeptical and rightfully so about, the fine print. What does it mean if I accept a few bucks here or there from the federal government? What power am I ceding to you to determine my future, the future of my family and our home?
And unfortunately, the rest of the country has forgotten about it.
By and large, yeah.
Yeah, there's always a new thing in the news. There's always
Yeah.
a new thing to pay attention to. There's always a new fear.
One of the things that has just recently come out, first of all, the Maui Police Department, they did an audit of what went wrong, what did we do wrong, what should we have done better, and kudos to them for actually doing this. And I think they came up with like 92 recommendations on things that needed to be fixed. They shared that with municipalities all across the country as like, hey, here are the hard lessons that we learned. You guys should take note and try to protect yourselves from having to go through what we went through. Other agencies at the county level and at the state level have not been so honest or transparent about their shortcomings. And the most egregious one recently that our local news in Hawaii exposed was the head of Maui's emergency response division. He was off island that day. He was at of all places, a FEMA conference on Oahu when the fires happened. And instead of doing what any compassionate and responsible person and leader would do, you immediately get on the first plane out. You get a notification there, this fire's happening on Maui. I got to be there with my people and I got to lead my teams to respond to this emergency. It took him a few days to go back to Maui, first of all, But the thing that was, and I don't know if you can find this, Jamie, but they released his text exchanges that he had with his assistant, who was telling him, he's like, what's going on with the fire? LOL. And the assistant responding saying, ha ha ha, this place is like a circus. Their exchange was so disturbing, doesn't even put it lightly, when you know there are people who are being burned to ash, burned alive in their community, and their text exchange is like, oh, ha ha ha, is the fire still going? LOL, yup, now it's going in another place. I couldn't believe it when I read it. And this was the same guy, Herman Andaya is his name. He didn't show up and show his face publicly until like 7 days after the fire. And then he went and he did one press conference, and then he quit and resigned. But there has not yet, and I hope investigations are ongoing, there has not been any kind of accountability at the various failure points that existed in this response.
If the government wanted to take over that land, the best way to do it is to drag this out and make it so that people
exactly
quit.
have no other
They
choice.
have nothing to do. They can't do anything, and then they just tell stories about it. You know, we used to own that land.
Right. There's a Native Hawaiian leader, famous surfer, navigator for the Hokulea and traditional Hawaiian navigation, Archie Kalepa. He has been one of the most stalwart leaders for the community during this whole period in time, organizing emergency response and food and shelter and, community gatherings. People come and play music at the end of the day throughout this whole crisis period, and has been leading the charge. He's very well respected in the community in holding that line and saying we are not giving up our land. But as you said, it becomes a much more difficult argument to make when people, you got to live.
Yeah.
You got to be able to make sure your kids have what they need to go back to school and all of it. And how can you do that when you're in a constant state of transition with no real timeline, where they're not coming in saying, okay, hey, you can go and start rebuilding on this date.
Right. So they're going to have to do
What to
some
speak
sort
of the cost? I mean,
right.
Building a house from scratch.
Right. Crazy. Most people don't have that money.
No.
And then also like, how long is this cleanup going to take? And like, when does it start? And what do they have to do? I mean, I guess
it is
involves
ongoing. It is
excavation,
ongoing,
right?
but it is massive excavation and
so it's ongoing.
It is
Do
ongoing.
they have an anticipated timeline?
I heard from one guy they were looking at, well, hopefully maybe it might be September, it might be October, but it's one of those things that one of the guys who's out there actually doing this is just saying, well, you don't know what you're going to deal with until you're actually dealing with it, and it might take longer, it might not take as long, but it's one of those things that they're not figuring out as they go, but they are being confronted with things as they go.
Is this one of those issues where you wish that maybe you still were in Congress?
Yeah.
Yeah, because at least you could be talking about it. Cause
That was my hope, and I talked with leaders in Congress and people who I still know there, and just calling for oversight and accountability from the federal government, because we saw many points of failure, everything from the immediate response to the whole water issue and the fact that there wasn't any water coming through people's hoses during that time.
Now, why was that?
The history of water on Maui is complicated.
Yeah.
And it's largely attributed to that, of the fact that the water is a privately owned utility, and how that water is controlled. There is limited use of water at different times, how it's controlled and where it goes, and there was a state water management official apparently who had some say in this, of saying, well, I don't think that we should turn the water on for this period of time because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. But my point is, all of these things need to be very clearly investigated, because people's lives and property were absolutely destroyed because of this.
So was it because that water is a valuable commodity, they didn't allow it to be used by the people that were experiencing the fire?
There was some implication of I don't know. It was like, well, we want to make sure that the water is being distributed equitably, And so we don't want to give it to one group of people over another group of it really didn't make any sense what the argument was, but it was like, hey, you missed that critical juncture in that window because you were trying to ruminate. It was something to do with equity and some theoretical argument rather than this is a community in crisis. There are fires burning in various different places. We need to get water to people who need it.
There's also the thing about having above ground wires.
Yes.
Right? Which is
Yes.
crazy.
It
In a
is.
place that experiences storms.
In a place that experiences storms, but also on West Maui is traditionally a drier part of the island that also experiences wildfires, even small ones on a regular basis, that if they're not immediately controlled, you end up with what happened.
This is so disheartening that it's not receiving more attention.
Yeah. Yeah. This is you look at all the things that we've talked about. What are they actually focusing on?
Yeah.
And that's where the opportunity and it is such a dire picture. It's a time where we're surrounded by literally insane people who are making decisions that further their own interests and their desire to either hold on to power or grow their power at the cost of the well-being of the people and at the cost of our fundamental freedoms. And that's where, this election, our using our voice, our defending our freedom of speech by speaking the truth and speaking freely, all of these things and our engagement with them as Americans, as citizens, it matters more than anything else. Because if we continue to go down this track, we will continue to see our freedoms undermined until we wake up one day and this will no longer be the America that we know and that we love.
That's a scary thought. And
it is.
Until the last few years, I never would have thought that was the case.
Same.
I would be like, nah, we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, because we've gone through, the political powers switch from one side to the other and back again, and you figure like, okay, well I disagree with this person or this issue or whatever, but being grounded in and having the confidence in the Constitution and these fundamental rights and freedoms is kind of like, okay, well, we'll figure out the rest. But all of that for everything that we've talked about, censorship and control and big government overreach and all of the government surveillance, all of these different things point to the very real risk and domestic threat that we face.
Yeah, there's just so many factors that are simultaneously taking place. There's surveillance, there's the invasion, which is kind of an invasion. And you can call
the
it
open borders.
You can call it whatever you want.
Yeah.
But it's people coming here that aren't supposed to be here. And I'm for immigration, just for them figuring out who's criminal.
Well, legal.
Yeah, legal.
And this is the thing. I've got a friend of mine who's about to retire. Special Forces, Green Beret, served over 30 years in uniform. Great American who's dedicated his life to service. He's about to retire. His wife is from a European country, and they want to invite her sister and her sister's family to come to the retirement ceremony. They're residents of Italy. They have been denied a tourist visa to come to America for 2 weeks to attend the Special Forces warrant officer's retirement. How is that? And these are like, hey, they got a family, they got young kids, they got school, they got jobs, and they were denied, saying, well, we don't think that you have, we don't have confidence that you will come back to your life in Italy.
Hilarious.
And yet, again, people are coming through the border every day, being picked up. Border Patrol has become like this Uber drivers for people who are breaking our laws from the moment they step across the border into our country illegally. And okay, so then they go out in the country. Nobody knows where they are, who they are. Are they really going to show up for a court date in 2 years or 3 years? And nothing is really truly being done about this.
Some of them 7 years. 7 years between court date. Okay.
It's
What?
inferior. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It almost seems like it's all designed to erode our faith and to make this whole thing something that's way easier to control. Because the way our system is set up right now, if you can express the freedom of speech, if you actually can do that, it makes it very difficult to really to control a narrative.
That's it right there. That's it right there. Control and power. And they're terrified of a truly free society where we can have a truly free open marketplace of ideas. They're terrified of people being able to, and I saw this when I ran for president in 2020. We're seeing it again in different ways in 2024, where they want to control what information you get about certain candidates, what information you're not allowed to see, who is being pushed forward and who is not, and undermining our basic responsibility as citizens, which is to cast an informed vote and engage in our democracy and actually have a government of, by, and for the people. They're terrified of us doing that and making what they believe is the wrong choice. So they're trying to take away our right to do it so they can remain in power. And in their minds, I know many of these people, and they feel justified in what they're doing, that they are the righteous ones, that they are standing up for America and standing up for democracy, so much so that they are willing to destroy our democracy to save it in their minds, which is a dangerous, dangerous mindset that we could see in foreign dictators in different parts of the world and throughout history.
It really is. And it's astonishing how few people are willing to accept that it still takes place today.
Right.
They almost have this thought that those things have been sorted out and that, that was the case in the past. And even though history is filled with it, and there's actually no instances of it not taking place.
Right.
But now, don't be silly.
Right.
Now we've got it. You gotta leave hands. I had Jan Werner on here from Rolling Stone. Jan Werner.
Yeah.
He was trying to tell me that the government should regulate the internet. I'm like, the government? The same people that lied about weapons of mass destruction? Those people? Exactly. No, not those ones.
Yeah.
Everybody wants daddy.
Right.
They want daddy to come along. No
Oh
one
my
is going to save you.
No, exactly.
No one's going to save you. And
That's it.
People in Maui know that.
That's
They know that now.
Yes.
And no one's going to save you.
Yes.
And we have to be aware of how fucking crooked this system is.
Yes.
And I don't know how we're going to get out of it. I don't. But I'm very happy that people like you, or at least you have the courage to talk about it. And so few people do. And it's a strange time to be alive. It's wonderful in a lot of ways. It's amazing in a lot of ways, but it's like treacherous. There's a lot going on right now. It's like it really makes you wonder. There's so much fucking subterfuge and shenanigans, and so much money being funneled around and moved around. It's just like, whew.
I think that's where there is, there is a silver lining in what we have been through COVID and through everything that's happened since. Is I think more and more people are waking up and at a minimum just questioning what they're being told. Is this actually true? Looking for information and news from other sources than maybe they had been before. And just what you said, no one's coming to save us. I think that is the message I'm carrying. I'm on the road constantly, and I'm talking to people, whoever will listen at events and on different media platforms. It's what I focused on in my book, For Love of Country. The truth about what is happening in our country, the experiences that I had in the Democratic Party that caused me to leave the party, and understanding that in this situation, and there's a lot to be fixed across both parties and the government, but in my experience and in the situation we're in right now with the Biden-Harris administration, they cannot be allowed to remain in power. We can agree or disagree on different issues, and it's good, and we should have those conversations. But when you look at the unprecedented abuse of power that they are engaging in, undermining the rule of law, politicizing our government entities, targeting Americans who happen to be their political opposition, whether it's Donald Trump or the mom who's protesting at a Board of Education meeting to have a say in what kind of education her child is getting. This is happening across the country. And if we, the American people, don't do something about this and stop them and hold them accountable, what happens in these elections. If they're allowed to remain in power, they will tell us, hey, you gave us a mandate. You said, hey, good job, thumbs up, keep at it. And we'll see everything that's happened just continue to escalate to a point where I have no doubt that our freedoms will be eroded to a point where it'll be virtually impossible to get them back. And where do we go from there? America no longer becomes the land of the free and the home of the brave. It becomes the land of people who are controlled by the government and forced to comply or else. And if you dare to have the courage to speak up and speak the truth, or say, hey, look, guys, the emperor has no clothes on. Boys are boys and girls are girls, and that's just how it is, then you will experience the retaliation or the consequences of that action.
Well said. Thank you, Tulsi. Show your book, For Love of Country.
Love of Country.
It's out now. Did you do the audio?
It is. I did. I recorded the audio.
Excellent.
There's a little line on the top of the cover there you might recognize.
Oh, it's me.
I appreciate
Oh.
your words, your friendship, your support, and your being such an incredible stalwart voice of truth and providing a platform for real discussion where people can come and listen to those who have different viewpoints, different backgrounds, different experiences, and maybe they walk away agreeing or disagreeing. It doesn't really even matter. But having this kind of platform is such a powerful thing for everyone to
Crazy
benefit
things
from.
happen by accident.
So I went and I was invited to speak at this Passover event a couple of days ago. But the guy who picked me up at the airport, his name is Avi, works in New York. Their family hosted me, and he's like, "Oh, where are you going next?" I said, "Oh, I'm gonna go to Austin. I'm gonna see Joe Rogan." He's like, he's like, "I'm kind of pissed off about how popular he's gotten, because I was one of the OGs like, from the very beginning. He's like, I know the roots of the Joe Rogan experience." Anyway, you got a lot of fans, but he was particularly owning the fact that he knew Joe Rogan before Joe Rogan was, the Joe Rogan experience.
Isn't it funny that people get upset when things get popular and other people find out about something? That they,
Exactly.
It's so weird. But people do that with bands all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's like
sold
your
out.
thing.
Yeah.
And
They went mainstream. Now everybody likes them. It's like everybody likes the thing I like. It sucks now. Yeah.
That's
It's
the beauty
weird.
though of what you've done is like you've been you the whole time. And there's no like, oh, Joe Rogan's gone mainstream and he's different or whatever. It's like you're you, and I think that's what people are attracted to is just you are who you are.
I think that's what people are attracted to with you as well. And I'm very happy you're out there, and I'm very happy that you created this book. I'm really happy that you did the audio of it.
Yeah.
Because I don't really.
It was before I recorded it. I do more audio books as well than I do.
I read it every now and then, but most of the time I'm actually like if I'm on a plane sometimes I read. But
Yeah.
Most of the time I'm sitting there listening to stuff in the sauna or listening to something when I'm
Yeah.
driving. And
Same.
for me, it's a use of time.
Exactly.
It's much more efficient.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was, I poured my heart into writing this book, and I care very much about the issues that we're talking about, and I care very much about our country. And so in some parts of the audiobook, it was emotional, talking about some of the experiences that I've had while I was deployed, and really truly conveying what's at stake and the responsibility. And so while I go through a lot of the problems, it's important obviously to talk about the solutions and the call to action for every one of us as Americans. I don't care what your party affiliation is. That's not the point here. I'm urging people to leave this Democrat Party behind because they are abusing their power and undermining our Constitution. Just as our founding fathers did when they created these founding documents, they disagreed heavily on a lot of different things. They had fierce arguments and debates, but they came together around the most fundamental principles of the country that are centered around freedom. Our ability to live in peace and pursue prosperity, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now is the time that we have to come together as Americans around those foundational principles and get our country back on track. That is the most important task before us as Americans. Otherwise, it'll be too late.
Hear, hear.
Thank you,
for being
Joe.
here. I appreciate you.
Great to see you.
All right. Depressing. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, family. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Thank you again and again and again and again and again for bringing all the love, bringing all the joy, bringing all the good and positive energy into the room tonight. Yeah. Brazil's in the house. All right. We also want to thank our family here at Hawaiian Brian's for always making a place where we can get together, we can enjoy each other, we can enjoy our life together, we can enjoy this music together. So big shout out to all the crew here at Hawaiian Brian's for always taking care of us, making it a great place for us to grow here as a band. I want to thank once again my beautiful, incredible band, the Full Circle Samites on the drums, Johnny Peace on the bass guitar, my little brother Keith Sukamaki on the keyboards, on the saxophone, Reggie Padilla, Reg Irie, on the trombone, Arthur Davis, Atafaya. And we also want to thank you guys for being the other part of our band, making all this music happen, making all this energy happen. And we want to remind you that we're all attracted to each other, we're attracted to this music because of the positive energy, because of the light that's in this music. But we come together for a reason, and the reason why we're attracted to this and the reason why we come together is because we are experiencing this awakening, and we are experiencing this need to move towards a better path, a path of light, a path of positivity. And we found this positivity in our lives because our friends and family have also helped to guide us on this way. And so, this is a reminder to all of you that we have found this light and found this path and found our way here for a reason. And it's to remind each other, to strengthen each other, to let each other know that we are strong and that we are powerful. And that now, in this time that we're living in, this time of crucial change, we need each other more than ever, and we need to really, really strengthen up and show the world that we are the new leaders, that we are the leaders in our community, that we don't need no political leaders anymore. We can lead ourselves. We have the power, we have the strength, we have the wisdom to lead ourselves. We don't need to be led astray anymore. So as you go from here, we remind you that when you go out into this community, this revelation is also a responsibility. And it's a responsibility to go out in your community and look around and see where the darkness is living, see where the fear is living, see where the pain is living, and bring light to those corners of the world. The people that are hurting, the people that are in pain, the people that haven't found this light yet. It's time for us to be the leaders and go out and share it. Share it with the ones that need it most. So open up your hearts, open up your hearts, open up your minds, open up your ears, open up your eyes, and remember that you are powerful. And the reason that the reason that the system that we live in seeks to control you is because you have the power. So take your power back and share it in your community. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Thank you for all the love. Again, love you, love you, love you, love you. Family, let me hear you sing. Lord, I'm on a permanent holiday. I'm going outside to play. I'm gonna slave away, Lord. No more, no corporate Babylon. I'm never gonna be a pawn in the speak, I fuse, be pris, I make own decision, I be manipulate, mind control, intake, I seek, revelate, make life, celebrate, I be, change, seek, manifest, words speak, I fuse, be pris, I make own decision, I be manipulated, mind control, and inundate that I will seek that revelation, make my life a celebration, I will be that change, and seeking, manifest the words I'm speaking, I refuse to be imprisoned, I will make my own decisions, I won't be manipulated, mind control, and inundate that I will seek that revelation, make my life a celebration, I will be that change, and seeking, manifest the words I'm speaking, I refuse to be imprisoned, I will make my own decisions, I won't be manipulated, mind control, and inundate that I will seek that revelation, make my life a celebration, I will be that change, and seeking, manifest the words I'm speaking, I refuse to be imprisoned, I will make my own decisions, I won't be manipulated, mind controlled and inundated, I will seek the revelation, make my life a celebration, I will be the change I'm seeking, manifest the words I'm speaking, I refuse to be in prison, I will make my own decisions, I won't be manipulated, mind controlled and inundated, I will seek the revelation, make my life a celebration, I will be the change I'm seeking, manifest the words I'm speaking, I refuse to be in prison, I will make my own permanent holiday, I'm going outside to play, I'm gonna slave away, Lord, no fun, no corporate Babylon, I'm never gonna be no ordinary manipulation, yes, your love, I'm taking the reins and breaking the chains, I'm never gonna kneel away, my prophetess have been sent, no preacher or president gonna lead you astray, whenever now, let's do the oh, yeah, I never go astray, oh, no, 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 I've never done bad, I've never done bad, I'm better than yet to sing family. We trod this rocky road, what we're told. We have come so far. To bear witness to the scar. Humanity, we've made a grave mistake. Shoveling way too much onto our plate. Humanity, humanity, we made a grave mistake. I just hope it's not too late. I just hope it's not too late. So we got to take back the knowledge, sing it. Take back the power. Take it back, take it back. 'Cause knowledge is power. We got to take it, take it, take it back. Take it back, take it back. Together we can take it back. 'Cause knowledge is power. We got to take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Take back what they have stolen from us. And we got to take back the esoteric knowledge. Clear that ancient crown of its rust. We got to take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Take back what they have stolen from our hearts. We got to take back the knowledge. We got to take back the power. But you have been keeping us apart. We got to take back the knowledge. Or take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. Or take back the knowledge. Or take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. Or take back the knowledge. Or take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. We got to take back the knowledge. Or take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. We got to take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. So take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. We got to take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. We got to take the job. We got the power now. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. We got to take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final number. We got to take back the knowledge. Sing it. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final number. We got to take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final number. One more. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. Thank you so much, family. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Thank you for all the love and bless you. Please take care of each other. Please get each other home safe, and we'll see you guys soon. Mahalo. Ahui ho. Thank you, family. Thank you. Woo, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. What an honor. What a blessing. We truly can't explain with words what an honor and what a blessing it is to be able to share this music with you and to feel so loved, to feel so supported. So thank you so much for always being here for us here at home, for giving us the strength to take this music around the world. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for always, always, always lifting us up. Lately, these days, I get so paranoid. There's so many stories of families broken, fathers being deployed. All for these wars that no one really wants. Too many dog tags, too many headstones, too many dying to count. And if we could today, we'd bring them all back home. But they'll never listen, these politicians, their hearts have turned to stone. And if we had a voice, then by God we'd be heard. But we're so divided, the woman decided, so we never say a word. And we all go to sleep like good little sheep, never make a peep. So I'm taking a stand, and I'm making demands, and I'll stand even if I have to stand alone and say, bring the troops back home. With all of the beauty to behold in this world, but you want to feed the destruction. With all of the things that you could see in this world, but you want to see Armageddon. With all of the things you could go be in this world, oh, but you go and be a soldier man. I think I know why. 'Cause when you were 3 years old, they put the toy gun in your hand, and they showed you shows of G.I. Joes. How could you overstand the difference between fiction and reality? Or if your parents knew how in the back to do to burn the TV, but they were too busy working for the man. Yeah, they were too busy just fitting into their plans. So when you were 6 years old, they put you in the Boy Scouts. So harmless it seemed to be marching, waving the flag about. But they already got you rubbing that uniform on your back, using weapons, earning medals, gaining rank in your back. Why, it's the symbolism that keeps you coming back. Esoteric symbolism into your subconscious state tab. Lord, it's the symbolism keep you slipping through the cracks. Illuminati symbolism got your mind under attack. But you put on your thinking cap, don't get caught up in the trap. No, but under the creativity in this world, but you create nuclear weapons. But under the things that you could see in this world, but you want to see Armageddon. one good reason, give me one good outcome from my love. This killing, it don't make no sense. So many are dying, orphan babies crying in the name of freedom. What's a false pretense? And yet, what's all the money, all the power, all the souls that you devour, Mr. Politician man? You're never equal to the power of your love that I hold in the fingers of my pure clean hands. Thank you for listening. Thank you for all your love. And we'll see you guys next time. Mahalo. Ahui ho.
Yeah.
And especially if people move to more secure messaging systems that are.
Okay, we have to stop here for a second because I first want to clarify.